Warhammer, 40k, rogue trader. Kill the infidels? They're called heretics. We don't use that word in space. They're either filthy Xerinos or heretics, and there's no in-between. It's impossible to be an infidel because it's impossible to deny that the God Emperor is the God Emperor. Because if you do, that's heresy. Or you're a Xeno. I like the word infidels more, or heathens. They're pretty good words. Being a heretic has some real kick to it. Heretic. You know? %. Sure looks like 100%. I think my voice just cracked there. Ugh. I can actually change the color scheme of my outfit. That's interesting. I was fine with this, though. Okay, good. I can take off the helmets, at least. Good, because a lot of them are ugly. You love being a renegade in Mass Effect? Maybe when I come back to Mass Effect, because I am going to play it again, we'll see how I do there. But I beat 1 and 2. You don't take shit from anyone? I don't take shits. I just exist. The events of Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader take place in a vast region of space known as the... hiccup. Just snuck up on me there. Coronis Expanse. This sector is composed of numerous star systems, many of which you will get a chance to visit. You'll find yourself scouring the void in search of routes leading to new, uncharted systems, discovering more routes as you explore the Expanse. What you see before you is a map of one such system. Each star system contains objects you can interact with. Such objects are marked as points of interest. Move your ship to a point of interest, then click on it to initiate the event or open the planet view. Lord Captain, Astropathic Choir Master Zachary Vices is asking to speak to you via private channel. Zachary Vice. Greetings, your lordship. I can report that the choir is listening tirelessly to the Immaterium in the hope of picking up voices from the Dynasty's ships or worlds. However, we've heard something horrifying instead. Amid the Immaterium's tumult, something is screaming. The scream is driving your choir mad. Until it stops, we have no hope of contacting any of the Dynasty's worlds. It's coming from the Rycat System's Astropathic Station. I do not think we have been introduced. Indeed not. We meet under lamentable circumstances. My name is Zachary Weiss, and I am proud to be choir master of your ship's Astropathic Choir. The duty I perform is to keep you in contact with the Expanse via astropathic messages sent through the warp by trained psychers. What is the nature of this scream? We do not know, your lordship, but it has brought the Immaterium to a boil. It has always been a violent, roaring ocean that could spell doom to any who would consider stepping into its waters. Now, however, it has become a cradle of madness where expelled images fuse together, twisting and cackling before crashing into the minds of all who perceive it. Mighty warp storm, the likes of which I cannot recall, rages in the Empyrean, and it fills me with terror. If the scream stops, will we be able to contact someone? I humbly hope so, your lordship. Perhaps we will manage to send a call for aid to the Von Valancius worlds or one of the Dynasty's allies. Going to pay a visit to that station. Thank you, your lordship. The scream. Psychic scream is coming from Astropathic Station this, driving the ship's astropaths mad. Yeah, I'm thinking we head here first. If there's something that's driving the crew insane just by existing, we probably deal with that immediately, then start worrying about other shit. The astropathic station is dead ahead of the void ship. It is motionless. There is lifeless silence across its Vox frequencies. The lights are out. Even those who have no warp sensitivity can feel the presence of death. It is here, lurking in the shadows. All of this makes reading the reports of the ship's astropaths, who claim to be hearing an incessant, ghostly howl emanating from the station, all the more disturbing. Attempt of Vox contact. Station is not responding. Perhaps there's no one left who could. Scouting team. The enforcers offered their prayers and proceeded to enter the uncanny station. What they saw inside was monstrous. Astropaths upon their thrones, not quite here, not quite now. Smudged, as it were, across time. Servants reliving their horrible deaths again and again, only to be reborn out of ashes and blood into more agony a moment later. Jesus. The warp manifested itself here, twisting the very nature of existence. The main hall was covered in a crust of psychic ice. A green-robed blind old man sat motionless upon a tall throne. He was quite literally embedded in the ice, yet he was still alive, and screaming. A blind old man in an Owlcat game. Wonder who that could be. Yeah. Since Zachary Weiss's station with a squad of bodyguards. Choirmaster Weiss boarded the station in person and proceeded to the choir's hall. He stood silently for hours in front of a man frozen in ice and held a telepathic conversation with him. Then, Master Weiss offered a prayer to the God Emperor, and the unfortunate man passed away. Upon returning to the ship, Weiss reverently presented the Lord Captain with a grim trophy, the late Choirmaster's amulet, taken from his frozen body after his death. Denial of Nightmarers. Worn by Psyker, the wearer gains immunity to the horrors of the warp effect. Ooh. Give that to whatever Psyker I decide to put on the team. The psychic shriek carrying across the immaterium has been silenced, but this has brought the crew no relief. A chilling realization came to the astropaths when they discovered that the cry was masking a different sound, one even more terrifying and surreal. It was the melody of a cataclysm born from a warp storm of titanic power, so intense that the entire expanse must be able to hear it. It muffles astropathic messages and crawls into Psyker's minds, evoking everywhere the same image. A dark, gaping, beastly mouth cleaving the universe in two. Now that the mad choirmaster has finally stopped screaming, the song of the Immaterium has reached the rogue trader's void ship too. Void ship. We gotta check out what's here. A brief and chilling chronicle of the station's doom was found in the scribe's records. A warp disturbance of monstrous proportions wiped out half of the choir at once, turning the astropaths into living portals through which torrents of the Immaterium's energies poured out. Those who lasted longer bellowed and howled about a black rift that had split the universe into before and after, and a darkness that would devour the Astronomicon's light. It's not nice, but I think we gotta burn the place to the fucking ground. Void torpedoes shatter the fragile station. One can only hope that the unfortunate souls captured by the warp have perished along with their home. It's gotta be better than just being stuck there, right? What's this unidentified void ship? The Vox cracks to life, and Master Helmsman Ravor addresses you. All we have here, Lord Captain, is not very noticeable. There's a void ship sitting in the local asteroid field. Sure is quiet. It's huddled up in there on purpose. Not like I'm surprised. Thing's more scrap heap than ship at this point. Somebody sure went to town on it. Registering critical damage to the hull and depressurization of several compartments. There's incoming transmission now, too. Hear us. The Vox transmission hisses and abruptly cuts to static. Do not require assistance. Beat. Do not require assistance. Copy. Keep following. They'll pass us by, won't they? Protects. Lord Captain, I am told our augurs cannot determine the allegiance of the vessel. To be brief, there's an unidentified and badly damaged vessel within an asteroid field near the Raikadi Philia colony that is refusing help. Which, not to put too fine a point on it, has not yet been offered to them. Can we establish communication? Let the vessel identify itself. Yes, Lord Captain. Connection is established. Unknown vessel, we are receiving you. Identify yourselves. I repeat, identify yourselves. For a brief moment, the Vox only hisses and snaps, and then several voices at once start shouting over one another. Do not tell them, we're done for! This is Thunderfang, we are... One of the voices falters uncertainly and is replaced by another. A merchant vessel, do you copy? We are a private... Chant vessel. A merchant vessel. Of course they are. Damn my stupid head, where'd I hear this name before? Thunderfang. Revoir, damage report on the unknown vessel. Telemetry shows multiple hull breaches, most likely caused by the guns of a combat ship. Several compartments are leaking air. Bridge has been almost completely obliterated. 2 of the engines are critically damaged. Somebody gave them a thrashing so sore they barely managed to limp away. Thunderfang, why can we not identify you? You can make out hoarse and furious whispering even over the crackling of the static. I don't know, but certainly not. Whispering dies and a clear, youthful voice cuts through the static. Our vessel is badly damaged. Damage is preventing the correct identification. We assure you, it's a full merchant vessel. Thunderfang does not require aid. Thunderfang, your vessel is badly damaged. What happened to you? Vox responds by bursting into a cacophony of sounds, words, and emotions. Someone chuckles bitterly, another swears with some foul expletives, and another hisses, furiously demanding that the others shut up. Managed to make out little from all this noise. We were just flying, minding our own business, straight out of the blue and opened fire. Miracle we could get away. Emperor protected, and then more fire. Who? Void only knows. Roasted our tail, bombed everything. Our folks are left without our help. Never got to them. Thunderfang, stop playing games and explain again what your business is here. And this time I highly recommend the truth. Happy now, what are you done? It's too late now. The Vox channel is again filled with the angry whispering of several voices. The whispers and static are drowned out by a clear and slightly frightened voice. Do you copy? We are from the Fellow of the Void. We did not come here to loot. On a different business. To help our own. Out of jail. Do not hurt. Please. We already had our chronos cleaned. How about striking a deal? Our hold is full of goods. In case you're unaware, Lord Captain, Fellowship of the Void is a disorderly assembly of several dozen pirate factions in the Coronis Expanse. They consider themselves above regular heretics solely because they sometimes have Vox conversations with those whom they are about to board. But up to me, I'd make them eat a salvo from the macro cannons to shake the scum loose from the decks. Certainly deserve it. Ooh, the honeyed voice of the high factotum interrupts the translation with a polite cough. I would wait on destroying the vessel if I were you, although the moral aspects of their livelihood do cause some awkward questions. The Fellowship of the Void remains a major supplier of goods to the local market. Perhaps you'll find dealing with them acceptable, especially in a situation where performing a warp jump is impossible. So, here's the thing. Ngoth is an old criminal. He was an old crime lord. He's not above working with pirates, and frankly, he has a slightly different view on what constitutes heresy. He considers not believing in the Emperor to be heresy. Obviously. Like, that's just unquestionable. But you know, maybe not all of the, Imperial laws need to be there, you know? The Emperor protects, but if these guys are managing to rob you, the Emperor must not have been deemed you worthy of protection, you know? Thunderfang, prepare for commercial exchange. Profit factor 10. Relative value of the rogue traders warrant a trade and what opportunities and resources it can call upon. Boys will fetch you anything your heart desires. Can I sell you guys anything? You'll buy old weapons from me. You won't buy any of this other stuff. Storing loot that is not valuable enough for a mighty rogue trader. Drag piece of loot to recover from your hold. Oh, selling full gives us reputation. But not money. I suppose that's kind of fair. Heavy leather armor. Got this armored body glove that doesn't negate my dodge penalty at all, I think. That's heavy armor, which I think some people in my party can use. Camouflage robe. The worst range attacks decrease their target's dodge by 5%. They have a flamer. Wow. Yeah. I don't have enough of this other stuff to trade to them, so... Oh well. That's just a place I can trade, then. Let's go back to the bridge for a minute. Let me try to remember where I'm going and why. Character journal. Journal, that's right. Scream is all done. We need a new navigator. Navis Nobilite Station might have one. New engineer, somewhere in the system, maybe. Cultist raid can be remedied on Rykad Minoris. Okay. Prison planetoid is Rykati Philia. Navis Nobilite Station is Urek 5. Of course, Rykad Minoris, the interrogator. Lord Inquisitor, Xavier Calcazar is a powerful and mysterious figure. Yeah, I think getting a new navigator might be a high thing, and also they're not responding, so... That's for Rykati Philia. We'll have to... That's an artificial facility. Make contact with the Navis Nobilite Station. Yeah, here. I'm gonna try going here first, I think. Lord Captain, reporting. The heralds of the Navis Nobilite continue to maintain Vox silence. Perhaps due to Urek 5 being off-limits to visitors. We intercepted signals from the beacons drifting in the station's orbit. The demands are clear. We are told to turn the ship around immediately. We have also detected an accumulation of space debris near the station's docks. Presumably, it is the remains of interplanetary shuttles. Perhaps the esteemed Navis Nobilite House requires aid, and therefore cannot respond to our Vox transmissions. Augur crew, scan the station. Yes, Lord Captain. Vox remains silent for a while, but then you hear static and Vigdis's measured voice. The officers from the Augur crew performed a full scan of the station, but the information is imprecise. They note wave distortions of unclear genesis that are throwing off most of the readings. We are able to ascertain that the reactor core of the station is still active, but many compartments are unpowered and some fully depressurized. The signs of biological activity are largely present in the central module, which means the station has not been abandoned. So the question remains, why are the esteemed navigator's heralds ignoring us? Attempt another contact. I am sorry, Lord Captain. The station does not reply even after an official greeting by a rogue trader and the declaration of your intent to negotiate in person. Commence stalking. Affirmative, Lord Captain. We do not know what is happening at the station, so you'll have to look for the esteemed navigator's blind. Dock safely and may the God Emperor light your path. Yep, all of us. The whole team. The fact they're not responding at all is enough to make this suspicious as hell. That's worse.
Pathetic worm. You dare to argue with your master?
It was not you whom I swore to serve within these walls. My lips are sealed.
Confess! What was the old man's last command? What are you planning?
Give up, Keeper. You have lost this battle. Again.
We're getting nowhere with these ones, sir. Permission to execute them.
Riches, you'll be consigned to oblivion for your transgressions against House Orselio. Immortal Emperor, deliver your servants from peril. Prayers will not help you, servant of the damned. In the name of House Orselio, I command you to execute the infidels. Ah, you know what, Bathwater? I was mistaken. They do use that word. That delay makes it seem like it just didn't work at first. Not a step further. Master, we have some strange guests on the station. A tall man stops you with a gesture when you approach. Blood is trickling down the pearly scales of his weary face, and not just his own blood. Two jet-black, unblinking eyes are watching your every move. The third one, the mark of a navigator's fate, is menacingly pulsing behind the lower lid in the middle of his forehead. Step back, or I will unleash all the horrors of the Sea of Souls upon you. Emperor, be my witness. Ah, the Sea of Souls is the warp. Abelard, if you would be so kind. Seneschal takes a deep breath. Before you stands his lordship, the rogue trader Ngoth von Valancius, heir to the greatest protectorate in the Coronis Expanse and bearer of the sacred warrant of trade. Allow me to point out that Nobilite custom requires the Lord Navigator to introduce himself first, but given the unusual circumstances on the station, his lordship the rogue trader is willing to turn a blind eye to your hostility. But just this once. Well done, Abelard. In this case, I shall turn a blind eye to your unceremonious invasion. But just this once. There's a dangerous glint in the man's dark, shrouded eyes. Very well. Allow me to introduce myself. Before you stands Felek Christoph August, keeper of this place. So you did not arrive to offer support to the traitors. This is great news. Having said that, you must understand that Urek 5 is a holy sanctum of House Orselio, and the path to it is only revealed to a select few. Pains me to say you are not on the guest list. I'm looking for the Lord Inquisitor's interrogator, one Heinrich van Kalox. Know anything about his present location? The Lord Inquisitor's interrogator. Think I would know if such an important individual decided to pay us a visit. Provide me with a navigator and I will depart immediately. I do not think this is possible. Iraq 5 is an observation station. We do not sign contracts and do not provide navigators. We delve into the depths of infinity and chart the movements of the warp storms, and besides... Bellic gestures of the disorder around him. You have chosen an inopportune time for negotiations. Then explain this time. Betrayal. A most banal thing in the life of the Nobilite, don't you think? I was stabbed in the back by my closest friend Theobald Orselio, the second keeper of Urek 5 and my mentor. On his instructions, my own people sabotaged the generators, blew up the shuttles, and brutally massacred the loyal servants of my mistress. Most unforgivably, they dared to take her prisoner. Greedy scam. I swear by the thrones like their souls will perish in the darkness of the void. Bellic falls silent for a few moments and then furiously slams the end of his staff into the floor. The madmen have captured Lady Cassia, and are now torturing her upstairs while we are idly chatting down here. Help me rescue her or be gone, but waste no more of my precious time. What kind of help are you talking about? I would never ask you for such a favor under different circumstances, and yet... Bellic takes his hand away from his rib cage, notices blood, and winces in pain. And yet, Lady Cassia's well-being is above all. I haven't got many people yet left, and my wounds are too deep for me to act with precision and swiftness. But you may actually succeed. In order to ascend to the Mistress's chambers, you will need to remake a holy relic sanctified with the blood of Lady Orselio herself. This is the control rod of the elevator machine spirit. I have one part, and the other was lost during the mutiny, but even this relic will be of no use unless the elevator mechanism is powered. How do I remake the control rod? I have a phylactery containing the Mistress's blood. It needs to be taken to the laboratory, which is located behind one of the reliquary doors. The most ancient of sacred mechanisms will help to rebuild the rod. The tech priests ceaselessly perform the rites of appeasement so that the machine spirit would serve the house in its time of need. The fateful hour is now upon us. And how would you suppose I power the elevator? The station's main cogitator is situated in the guard room. Just enter the correct command sequence and the sacred mechanism will do the rest. Yes, that makes sense. What have you decided, descendant of the Von Valancius line? The rogue trader's aid will cost House Orselio, but you should rejoice, for your mistress will live. Bellic's reply sounds curtain-tired. So be it. Hurry, the mistress's safety is all that matters, but should you fail, our arrangement is finished. Phylactery of blood. As opposed to? Is there another kind of phylactery I've not been made aware of? I mean, I guess in D&D they're a totally different thing. This guy's got free stuff on him. Phylactery? Dragon Age? Ah, I wish.
White. Bright, pure color. And it's all riddled with horrible veins that carry the poison of fear and pain throughout its body. Who are you? Why are you crying?
How's that about?
If the witch is talking about the enemies of humanity who set upon this abode of noble navigators, then our weapons will soon dispel their wicked misery.
Corpses were mauled by a force far beyond any mortal capacity. Faces are twisted in pain, and the hands are fused with improvised weapons, tools, scissors, and cutlery. That's not friggin' good. That's right, it's tab to make stuff show up, not alt. Alt just makes the screen stop moving. Ooh. Trap up ahead, order your character to disable it. Character enters a trapped area or fails the test to disarm it, the trap will trigger, dealing damage and inflicting injuries on all characters within its area of effect. Sometimes you'll see a trap marked with a red area, connecting dotted line. This line leads to the mechanism that controls the trap. The navigator's statue looks pristine and new. Whoa. Glad the Sister of Battle is quite adept at disarming bombs. As these unfortunate souls took their own lives by slicing their guts wide open. Gross. Stand firm. We must not let the miscreants defile House Orselio. Fire at will for House Orselio. You guys stupid? I'm literally here with House Orselio. Significantly increase the animation speed of your enemies and allies. I'm good. Zap. What do you mean it didn't work? Perils of the Warp rebound, so it just didn't do damage? Ugh. Forewarn Abelard. Just give him plenty of parry and dodge.
Break them or all!
Abelard didn't actually move to the cover. Great.
Strengthens me.
Ah.
Stay vigilant. Follow my lead. Weapon at the ready.
Oh, they got a Medicaid.
Follow my lead.
Ah. Uh... And killed one of them. Works for me. Ha! Didn't even deal damage. Ugh.
My faith strengthens me.
Analyze that guy. Now... Okay, yeah, she can just forewarn as many people as there are party members. So there's no reason not to do that to basically everyone every turn. And fry his brain with a little psychic shriek.
Stay vigilant.
Ooh, Yisha landed a very solid hit on her. Try. Ah, you got him. Not in line of sight.
Follow my lead.
Oh, where you running to? Ah,
Weapon
dodge.
at the ready. Follow my lead.
Damn it.
I must not falter.
Keep analyzing that guy. He's bound to something at some point. I don't know.
High momentum.
There we go. Abelard gets in there, just blows him the fuck up. Try. Nope, just missed.
Break them around. Die. My faith strengthens me.
That dumbass just shot his ally aiming at Abelard.
Follow my lead.
Can you... You can forewarn yourself, actually. And you just go out. I guess being in cover isn't always necessary in this game. Warp Blast, Perils of the Warp. It didn't do much. I need to give her that thing. Ooh, he crit for a whole damage. You should swap my pistols for a sniper rifle just so I have a better at-range option. Ah, idiot. Very low chance to hit this guy. Change that to a few low chances to hit him. It still didn't work, but you know. Owie. Try his little dumb brain. There's just no reason not to use Endure every single turn. Take 3 less damage and get 10 temp hit points. I suppose not. Yeah, Abelard kinda just has to carry every fight, because we're not good at killing stuff from range. Some medium armor. Some auto pistols. las gun. Auto pistols can shoot in single fire, but las can't. Yeah, that's part of it. Or maybe, I guess burst always has really low accuracy. Hey, hang on just a sec. I think for that, instead of those pistols, just a friggin' a rifle. Yeah, las pistols can only fire in burst. It says laser are effective against targets in cover and with high dodge. Well, is there like a dual wield penalty I don't know about? That could be why it wasn't aiming so well, but... You know what, let's test out how just one can work. Meanwhile, no more perils of the warp for you. You have a spare laser, I didn't even notice that. I guess... You're kind of are most likely to go down, it almost feels like. You have a mesh chest piece. Black is just worse than mesh. Armored body glove, body glove. He's wearing trusty carapace. Get some Imperium lore on this baby. Statue of the famous Calixian sculptor and chronicler Zacharias Vernon the Magnificent. 23rd year of this millennium. Original. Datacrypt H40KO. Inscription on its fused casing. The squad commander has stuff we didn't pick up yet. Is any of it good? Is a sword. Not as good as a chain sword. Black chest piece and a las pistol. I didn't actually pick the stuff up. Intercepted conversation between security officers. Tremendous honor, yes, but this promotion will transfer the entire squad to the child's personal guard. By the God Emperor, you are a strapping lad, you'll probably make it for a cycle or three. He's worn down better men than me. What even is the point if your brains turn into mush? May rip out my eyes like Amos did. Best I'll just go bonkers like that little shit stain that kept stealing our ale. Oh, what happened to that one? Threw himself out of a depressurized chamber because some voices told him to. Calm down. Keeper Felix said the squad will not have to serve the child for long. He even gave us a little leeway. Unlike that fish-eyed, be quiet, he might hear you. You know what I mean. He almost busted our heads because someone forgot to check the catering unit. We haven't let in a single outsider in over 10 years, but Keeper Theobald keeps finding things to fret over. Imagine the shrieking if he finds out Keeper Felix didn't make us inspect the hangar after Lord Winterscale's most recent visit. Throne forbid. Try to steer clear of the squabbles among the Highborn. Some of Keeper Felix's orders make little sense, like the last time he commanded that we cut off communications with Rykad Minoris for a while. How would he do that? Looks like he grew tired of the Winterscale Scion's visits. It's always a pleasure to aid Keeper Felix. It's alright, if the Highborn grow tired of each other, let them deal with it. Treatises by the most distinguished scholars of the Imperium, from Astra Militarum tacticians to Adeptus Mechanicus Genitors. Yeah, I was over here exploring, getting shit. Mutated flesh sample. Numerous outgrowths covered in a mesh of bluish-black veins. Gross. Meteorite chunk. Shard-fused meteorite. Still cold with the icy breath of the void. Ooh, and purple goods. Ripper auto pistol. Cool. And frag grenades. Okay, so las pistols have higher damage, lower armor penetration, but way more dodge reduction, while Ripper pistol has better armor penetration, worse damage, but it can fire in single. I guess the las pistol is just for spam it and hope you hit them. Found a consumable item. Grenades, stimulants, medikits, and other consumables can be placed in quick access slots. Double-click such an item, drag it to a highlighted slot. Cool, cool. I think the scrappy auto pistols don't have any armor penetration, but they've got slightly better damage, I suppose. Oh yeah, what's this? Pontius Siphius Galatius on the training of worthy servants at the court of Navis Nobilite. Good Major Domo attempts to nurture only the finest of flowers in the garden that is their master's life. Therefore, new seeds for the garden must be weeded out with the utmost care, so the garden's trees may yield the sweetest fruit. The lessons below will help you separate the precious seeds from the vile thorns to cultivate the perfect garden for any lady navigator. Lesson 1. A faithful servant always makes sure their mistress's rooms and garments are clean. Lesson 2. A faithful servant will never offer their mistress the same dress presented earlier in the cycle. Lesson 3. A faithful servant offers their mistress a glass of fresh water upon waking. Lesson 4. A faithful servant tastes each dish and every drink before serving it to their mistress. Lesson 5. A faithful servant will have mastered the art of styling their mistress's hair. Total time that 5 servants can spend on arranging their mistress's coiffure should not exceed 3 revolutions of the chronometer. Lesson 6. A faithful servant lives for their mistress and gladly gives their life to her as well. Lesson 7. A faithful servant... Oy. Wah. Please disarm.
Damned warp! If we'd been in real space, I'd have... Spare me your wailing, witch. Every voice that sounds in your mind is a whisper of the archenemy.
And you don't know that all of them are that. Yeah. Navigator flesh sample. Gross. A bunch of cargo. Abelard cleared this for us. Oh my god. Mars pattern sword. How does that compare to your chain sword? Wow, just better. And it's got an extra dodge reduction. Oh, hell yeah. Look at these gloves. 5 bonus to persuasion. For that, we'll see. Hang on, can you you can dual wield, but I don't think it really does much in this game. Anyway, who's got good persuasion? I do. So I should... put these on if I ever have to use tech stuff. Otherwise, these should stay on, probably. Hey, yeah, Abelard. New friggin' sword. If it wasn't 100%, I'd go put on the gloves and check again. Hear the screams? Move! So, you alright? We can't hear anything. Hmm? You good? Oh, I see you're in league with them. Is this an insurrection? Yes, indeed. Death to the traitors. Come again? They're... Sir, what are you doing? Get a hold of yourself, sir! I know, you are all traitors. Traitors, all of you, they told me, they whispered. Hey, who are you? Ah, dear. Okay. The fuck was that? People going goddamn crazy up in this bitch. Ooh, bunch of goods. H41, okay. Got H40, now H41. Research notes on Navis Laboratorum Custodian Fortunat Orselio, Part 13. Keeper Theobald graciously agreed to provide samples of his skin growths so we could study the influence of the rebellious immaterium on the flesh of the Navis Nobilite. Just as we thought, navigators are positively resistant to the restless currents of the warp. The God Emperor truly does shield some people against corruption and misery. Let us get back to the study of mortal flesh. Another servant will be carried in shortly. I must ready the organ extraction equipment. You have equipment specifically for that. Alright then. Adamantine dust and black water. This was the worst idea that could have entered my mind. God Emperor be praised, I'm lucky to still have my head on my shoulders after this reckless experiment. Nevertheless, we did make an important discovery. The adamantine seems to protect the frail flesh of the lowborn to a degree. Having said that, not even the macerator can handle its temper, so we should probably introduce a more complex compound into the formula. All the data related to the experiment were recorded to data crypt K040H. I'll get back to them later once I am done with experiment H41OK. I do have the data crypts. I mentioned the chunk of meteorite found by Keeper Felix subjects is completely useless. Although, shining granules could be used to make new paints for the child. Yes, I think I'm going to do exactly that. Alright, that tells us what that stuff's for. Fish, may you make some sweet tea. Only if you spell my name right. Otherwise, fucking dehydrate and die. Sophisticated mechanical lock. Must be a way to unlock it from somewhere else. Alright, it was worth checking. Is there a door here? You told me that you say fish because you're racist? Yeah. Well, you better swallow that racism if you want any sweet tea. See, that's the cogitator spirit. I think that's progress. Y'all good? Where's the child? Is she safe? Hurts so much, the pain in my chest. Uwe has had his tongue cut off, just like the rest of the lesser servants of House Orselio. For some reason, the archenemy's twisted influence has found its way into the station. Jeez. Use Ngoth, so then... Up to 98%. Give it a shot. Yeah, this one's 100%. I don't gotta put on my better gloves. Goods. How about these goods? More good. In here, all more good. We got long glass. Ooh, a laser rifle. Is this a sniper rifle, actually? A 12, 17, 14, 20. It seems to be just, it has additional hit chance on it. Absolutely take that. Carapace chestplate. Ooh. And some fire grenades. Hell yeah. Ugh, not as hell yeah. Damn it. I was excited for this, but this is just better, is just 5% more armor. But it ugly. You put it on. It actually looks good on you. And that still fits your aesthetic, so you can just be a little tankier. I have more dodge than you anyway, so it's probably fine. Long las. Just a long-ass laser rifle. This'll let me hit from far away while I close the gap, so it makes my early turns better. Let's give you some of our explosives, because you actually have good demolition skill. If I'm ever not too scared to use them, then they'll be ready. The Cogitator's vid screen is covered in cracks and stained with dried blood. The buttons, switches, and levers were ripped out of the control panel with exceptional cruelty and scattered around the sacred mechanism that now sparks and hisses in agony, still refusing to perish. Awaken the Cogitator. Turn a few of the remaining dials and pull the activation lever. The cracked vid screen of the sacred engine flickers. Cogitators' insides emit creaks and groans, and the lumens oscillate at random. General term for a light source, presumably an electric one. Alright. Takes a while, but eventually the machine spirits do grant you access to the Cogitator systems. Data on the station's navigators. Brief pause. Data appears on the vid screen. Felic Orselio, main hall, alive. Theobald Orselio, upper chambers, alive. Calamira Orselio, upper chambers, deceased. Alexis Orselio, lower levels, deceased. And Rasmus Esteban Orselio, unknown location, deceased. Unknown location, but you know he's dead. So there's Theobald and Felic for navigators we could pick up. The child. Oh yeah, there's that. Location, upper chambers. Biometric parameters. Rapid heartbeat, elevated body temperature, stress level exceeds permissible limit. Status, unknown error. Attention, calming procedures advised. Attention, upper chambers inaccessible. Error, control rod is not present. The rod has been misplaced. Immediately contact a station keeper or the Navis Laboratorum custodian. Examine the log. Archive data stored on the Cogitator's local data crypt is partially corrupted, but you still managed to access the residual logs for examination. Vox Report 12AH890. The Vox recording hisses for some time before you hear a voice. This is Officer A282, do you copy? Several generators overheated on the lower levels. Chambers A to D are unpowered. Tech Priest crew sent to investigate the problem is not responding. Requesting back. The officer's speech is interrupted by shouting, and the recording abruptly ends. Officer H123 speaking. 200 servants have perished due to explosive decompression of the living quarters. We've located traces of mechanical interference. The preliminary cause is officer sabotage. Crews 5, 6, and 9 are cut off from the main compartment. We have enough oxygen for 20 minutes. May the Emperor save our souls. Senior station officers, this is the captain speaking. We attempted to contact the Winter Scale Scion for help. Something is jamming the signal. We never received a reply and cannot be sure it was even sent in the first place. Rescue team is not coming. We're on our own, so remain vigilant. Anyone could be a traitor, you hear me? Anyone. If you're in doubt, shoot to kill. Following Vox recordings are too badly distorted to make out even a single word. Recent entries. Report X880 originator classified, date classified. Servants close to the child have started butchering one another again. An order came from above to have their remains reprocessed. X886. Originator and date classified. Negotiations with the Winter Scales were a success. New batch of servants will arrive in 10 moons. Escort them to the laboratory at once. It's imperative we increase the new retainer's resistance to the child's powers. Come again? You saying being near the child makes you insane? 891. Data expunged. Docking log. Log is almost completely corrupted, but you managed to recover the latest entry. Identity confirmed. Regent Aranto Orcelio. Date of visit classified. Reason for visit classified. Date of departure classified. Security and life support logs. Yellow lights above the control panel flicker to life, and a singular repeating message streams from down the vid screen. Warning, damage in technical compartments A12, B3, D8, and H24 detected. Warning, living quarters L10, L16, L28 depressurized. Warning, unable to access the station's docking system. Warning, energy regulation system unknown error. The station will transfer over to emergency power. Immediate evacuation of the facility is advised. Warning, cryptid data. Something buzzes in the Cogitator's metallic gut. Several red lumens light up above the vid screen. Required access level, security captain or above. Current access level, senior security officer. I don't think so. Easily bypassed the restrictions imposed on the sacred machine. The Cogitator's overloaded processors whir unhappily. Most of the encrypted data has been wiped. You find traces of the Purge protocol. Recovery is impossible, but a list of the most recent commands, having been embedded in the machine spirit's consciousness, now flits across the screen in a single creeping line. Child delete picked flow, disable access code, annul station, controls, delete, activate shuttle self-destruct, purge command log. Exploring the archives for a while longer yields a surviving excerpt from the guard captain's report mentioning that the security system had recently been reconfigured without his knowledge. His comment reads, "Only the keepers of the station have access to the life support systems. But Keeper Theobald had not left the child's side, and neither could I. Had I. Could it be that... Ooh. So the one we talked to said the other Keeper Theobald had betrayed us. But Theobald hasn't left the child's side the whole time. So... Main chamber controls. Open all doors on the level. Fled their... As if the machine spirit fled their mechanical casket. Your assumption is incorrect. Fills with static just a few moments later. Barely make out an inscription amidst the flow of rapidly changing symbols. Warning, data corrupted. Processing. Error. That is required. None of these are that. The vid screen blinks and the mechanisms in the machine's core emit a quiet hum. Main elevator controls. Elevator to the upper chambers is blocked. Activate. Not gonna call Rykad Minoris. It's not gonna work anyways, duh. Yeah, every cogitator can just call an entire planet for help. A planet I've never been to. Yeah, that's good plan, me. Heresy has found its way into the walls of this esteemed house. This is a black day. The warp just get weak as shit? Ugh. Damn. Tried to get that door open, but didn't work. I was looking for the one that would match up with the Zero's ones it was producing, but none of them started the same way, so... Well, let's jump back up. Turn on. Control rod is required. Right. Each minute may cost the mistress her life. I guess, but Waken. Yes, try. Cannot carry out command despite the eager compliance of the machine spirits. Problem does not lie in the cogitator's mechanisms. Shiver static runs across. Data corrupted, error. Yeah, see, it's 0100, but all of them start with 011. Okay. It was literally fucking guess. They really needed to make it so it just matched. Protocol has been executed, the passage has been opened. Oh, that was a leave. Step away from the cogitator and dialogue. I'm a little curious what the other ones do, but at the same time, I don't want to risk it. Alright, let's look at the formation. Unedited. Why? Why would that one be uneditable? It's not even a good formation. Especially for the starting team. Data crypt K040H. I have 40KO. I have 41OK. I guess they're gonna give me a bunch of bum ones and I have to figure out. Caustic stench of reagents sears your nostrils and broken glass crunches underfoot. Somebody wanted to destroy the laboratory or find something. flesh sample. Synthetic amniotic fluid pools across the floor. Barely discernible traces stretch to the side opposite the entrance. Gross. Biogel, black water, unidentified acid. Psi crystal. Okay, that thing was giving me hints, and now I'm getting items. No, wait. That wasn't... It did give me hints about the data crypts, but it was a different thing that gave me... adamantine dust and black water. This was the worst idea that could have entered my mind. So don't try to mix those. That seems to not turn out well. See, goods. Adamantine. More goods. Laboratory Journal H4045LS. Let's see. Lowborn male. Test subject exhibits signs of acute stress. Majority perished of blood loss within a day of being placed in the laboratory chamber due to the inability to halt the discharge of ocular secretions, tears. The body's subsequent replacement of these secretions with the connective tissue of its internal environment. Ew. The individuals with the greatest resistance to the sacred child's residence died several chronoturns later. Extensive wounds in the abdomen, presumably inflicted by a jagged piece of metal. Death was caused by strangulation with the subject's own intestines. Subject's final shouts exhibited concerns over abdominal tentacles and void worms, hallucinations prescribed to their own internal organs. Lowborn female. Test subjects died within an hour of entering the laboratory adjacent to the child's chambers. Most had their tongues bitten off or their jaws badly dislocated. Some test subjects lacked the physical strength to separate it from the rest of the skull. Cause of death, severe head injuries caused by impacting the walls or the floor. Subgroup, a paralyzed patient who lost the ability to speak due to the shock caused by a manufactorum accident, male. Test subject noted a tingling sensation in the deteriorated tissue. Give me one moment to deal with whatever just fell. Probably my cat knocking something over. Alright, I'm back. During Regent Aranto Orselio's visit to the child, the test subject smiled and started humming, most likely trying to carry some plebeian tune, and attempted to address the servant who brought him food. Lengthy conversation was prohibitive due to the servant's lack of a tongue. H4454. Defective offspring of Lord P. Orselio, pronounced unfit for studying the high art of navigation owing to the mutation of tissues required for installation of the obligatory augmentations that merge one's consciousness with the vessel. For God's sake, run on sentences. Additionally, they display an overall feebleness of mind, female. Test subjects mirrored the child's actions for 3 days. On the 4th day, the child became upset after hearing the news about the untimely demise of Amos Cantarelli, an officer of her personal guard. As a result, one of the test subjects peeled away several layers of tissue from her face and died from the resulting massive heart attack. Last surviving test subject was executed for attempting to contact the child. Jesus. Research notes, part 12. More and more servants are being influenced by the immaterium and has nothing to do with the child's more frequent tantrums. We've discovered that the corrupted flesh of the mutated reacts most unusually to the crystals we purchased from the Winterscale dynasty. Strongly recommend finely grinding the reagent to catalyze the reaction. Do not use acid under any circumstances. Trust me, you will not like having to tend to the burns for the next dozen turns in a row. This calls for something more basic. Oh, and one more thing. Tech Priest blessed the data crypt H41OK for the calculated number of chronoturns. It means it is no longer necessary to remain near the device while waiting for the reaction to start. The data crypt H40KO malfunctioned over the course of our research. Should remind the Technomats to deliver the sacred mechanism into Magos Diotius' capable hands. They all just lost their minds. Please don't kill me. I'm not going... Can we talk, please? Alright. Let's see. Keeper Theobald agreed to provide samples of his skin growth so we could study. Navigators are positively resistant to the restless crypt of the warp. The chunk of meteorite is useless. It's not... Okay. The data crypt connector. Alright, so it's a bit of a puzzle here. Okay, H41OK, no longer necessary to remain near the device. 40KO malfunctioned. 41OK, no longer needed. And 40KO malfunctioned. All the data is recorded in 040H. So... the catalyst... It said, don't use acid under any circumstances. He said black water was part of his worst idea yet, so biogel. The reagent, we actually don't have that. Transducer said the crystals had an intriguing thing. That produced crystal dust. So that must be the reagent. Okay. And then... yeah, do not use acid. Finally grinding the reagent, the winter scale thing, the crystals. I highly recommend that one. That's what he said here. Tech Priest blessed that one, which means you don't need it anymore, but that one malfunctioned, so don't use that. So I'm using the other one. Let me say that, not use acid. Something more basic. Adamantine seems to protect the frail flesh of the lowborn. Not even the Macerator can handle its temper, so we should probably introduce a more complex compound. So yeah, not adamantine dust. The chunk of meteorite is useless. Navigators are positively resistant to the restless currents of the warp. Does that mean I should use the Navigator flesh psych sample for this? Save in case I'm vastly misunderstanding this. I guess I did it right. Actually, I can still make these through the transducer. I think I did it right. It probably wouldn't have worked if I'd done it wrong, I guess. And let's get back up there. Try the control rod for the elevator. Control rod is required. Is that not what I just... I have it. I have it. Alright. I have to talk to him about it. I can't just use it myself. But Orselio looks a little better. His tangled hair is now neatly braided, his wounds are tightly bandaged, there's some healthy color under the scales of his cheeks. You dealt with the threat and powered the elevator. Well done. Trust you brought the activation rod as well? Remember, every second of hesitation may cost my mistress her life. Idira suddenly cocks her head and drives her nails deep into her shoulder. Then she starts mumbling. The crossroads. The two paths, both stained with blood, both leading to the accursed eye. They all wear masks so poor and flimsy they fall at the slightest touch. One hiding a blind man, another a traitor. What paths? I cannot say. One is paved with blind faith, the other with hatred and treachery. Both lead to tragedy. You simply have to decide what kind of tragedy you like the most. Who's who? Who do you see behind the masks? My whispers are giggling nastily. They will not speak, the naughty little things. They say that tearing off the masks is your concern. Thank you. Idira nods tiredly and glances at Felix out of the corner of her eye. The station has enough problems without your sorcery, Psyker. Yeah, let's go. Felix exhales loudly and smiles. Thank you, rogue trader. I don't even know what to say. Status and honor prevented me from admitting it before now, but you have awoken hope in me. Hope that I might actually leave the station together with the mistress, which is why I'm about to ask one last favor of you. The lowly insurgents got their hands on a weapon that suppresses my navigator powers. Their absence makes me a living target, but this weapon is useless against you, as is the bunch of lunatics wielding it. I humbly ask you to deal with the scum huddling upstairs and hurry to adorn my mistress with the relic of our house, a sacred amulet against all evil. Recent events have badly disturbed Lady Cassia's psyche, and warp entities always lust for weaker souls, especially when the veil grows thin. You too will be safe next to this charm. Very well. Going to need this charm. Felix hands you a precious stone without a setting. Its luminous surface remains cold to the touch no matter how long you hold it in your hand. May the God Emperor's light be with you. Rough precious stone lacking a setting is always cold to the touch. Whoa. The pale figure with unnaturally long limbs covers her face with her hands, which are deformed with talon-like nails. Her deathly pale face is coated with blood that continually streams from her scarlet misted eyes. Her spiny gills, slightly hidden under her disheveled hair, twitch nervously at your approach. Only now do you notice the third eye on the young woman's forehead, hidden by a jeweled ornament. When your eyes meet, you sense overwhelming, soul-smothering, willpower. Willpower test succeeded. You are enveloped in despair and grief, and an invisible hand closes around your throat, cutting off your breath. Your limbs seem to fill with lead, your heart hammers in your chest, and the desire to turn and flee from this room, from this station, almost gets the better of you. At the last moment, you master your emotions and your will pushes back against the illusion, forcing it to retreat. Idira emits something between a moan and a drawn-out whimper. Oh, ow! If my own little pals weren't bad enough, now this one's barging into my head. Somebody stop her. Heresy. Magenta looks at the tall figure with a strange mixture of anger and sadness. Then she lowers her head and her white hair veils her face. I could just say, Argenta, rid the world of this heresy. Lady Cassia, I am here to help you. Please calm yourself. Succeeded. She wearily shakes her head and lets out a drawn-out sound similar to both a sob and a howl of a small wounded animal. What is happening? Was someone calling my name? Are all the betrayers dead already? And who are you? Goth von Valancius. Pleasure. Unease settles over her features and she nods cautiously. Pardon my manners, Ngoth. I did not expect to make such a gracious acquaintance in such a time of great sorrow in our house. What is this? I feel faint. The heavy-set old man, who has been kneeling nearby, erupts into low sobs. His eyes, swollen from crying, dart desperately around the room, as though the veil of ignorance has just been ripped away from them. The child! Lady Cassia, where are you? Sacred child! Throne preserve! Despite his venerable age, the navigator leaps up and rushes to the young woman's side. You... The old man shifts, revealing his face to you. It is threaded with jet-black veins, and his bulging, milky eyes bear a striking resemblance to those of a dead fish. My eyes look nothing like that. Sickly sweet scent assaults your nostrils, as if the old man's flesh is rotting inside his decaying husk. My eyes fail me, for they are unable to make you out as either enemy or ally. I'm warning you, one wrong move will bring the wrath of House Orselio down upon your head. Watch out, Lord Captain. This one's so deranged, just making the whisper shriek like crazy. He might just open that eye of his. Threatening the head of the dynasty is a grave offense, esteemed... whoever you are. Abelard places a hand on his weapon. At present, I am trying to determine what is happening on Urek 5. Success. I'll grant that you do not look like pirates who have come coveting the riches of a wrecked station, or like scoundrels in Felix service. So who are you? Abelard, introduce us. His lordship rogue trader Ngoth von Valancius, heir to the greatest protectorate in the Cronus Expanse, bearer of the sacred warrant of trade, extends his greetings. Another rogue trader in our corner of the galaxy. How interesting. Your kind always make an appearance in desperate times, ready to cut a deal that benefits one side alone. Given that you have not made tea without compromising your racist morals? Well then, I'm afraid you disobeyed me, so you still compromised something, Bathwater. Hate to tell you, but, you're gonna have to go in the box. Go on, get in. I'm not gonna hear any arguments, you have to get in the box. Given that you have not so far drawn your weapons, your intentions are probably peaceful. So House Orselio now asks a service of you. Save the life of the child in exchange for future cooperation. Like you and your fishy Bathwater. No. Get in your box. Come on, Bathwater. In the box. Get in the human box. You know, that's what you gotta do when you disobey. Do not hurry to answer. Think on it. Could make yourself an ally or an enemy of our house today. You decide. What is the curse that has taken hold of everyone in this room? Curse? You do not understand the sacred gift given to our child. When the child is sad, we all weep. When the child smiles, we all laugh giddily. And if the child wants blood, the world turns crimson. The child's will is the will of the great Tisiphone, for she is the heir of House Orselio. They call me dangerous with my witchcraft, Idira mutters under her breath. You look... I want to know what happened between you and Felek. Felek is my wayward student. He came to Uruk 5 as a callow youth. I personally mentored him and entrusted him with the care of the child. He was like a son to me. But he proved to be just another traitor. He sought to steal our most precious treasure, the heir of our house, our sacred child. To revel in power with others like him, casting our house into the abyss. To pervert the centuries-long traditions of our family. You can see the fruits of his villainy for yourself. He decided he was not bound by his duties to the legacy of the greatest of our Novitors, Tisiphone Orselio, who led our house to prosperity for countless years. Novitors. Patriarch or matriarch that rules over a navigator house, the figurative, and often biological, father or mother of the dynasty. Foolish boy, the renegades clouded his mind. They sought to seize control of the dynasty before the sacred child had come of age and taken up the Novitos throne. So choose whose side you're on, a murderous traitor or the lawful scion of a noble house. Theobald speaks these words softly, looking at the unconscious young woman with reverence. Felek accused you of treachery, Theobald. Why should I trust your words over his? Defending myself before strangers. I never thought I would fall so low. The old man looks at the unmoving Kasia and shakes his head in resignation. The child's life were not at stake. Very well, I have no choice, or proof of my innocence. I can give you my word as a member of the Navis Nobilite. The honest word of an honorable man counts for anything with you. I guarded this station against calamity and incursions from without to the best of my ability. I forced the wardens to strictly observe security protocols. I personally selected every servant, and I faithfully protected the child during the coup. Yes, I wanted to know what you would say. To be honest, I've already found a log nearly exonerating you entirely. I've every reason to believe you're not behind this. But I needed to know how you would respond. You look frightening. Fish eyes look at you with unwavering dignity. You're not supposed to see me or Felek or the sacred child. Navigators are highly paid for their loyal service to the Imperium according to his will. No one would dare judge the guides of humanity, the chosen of the galactic sovereign himself. What service do you ask of me? Hope glimmers in the navigator's milky eyes. Save the sacred child. Take her away from this station. I fear I do not have long left. Bluish rivulet trickles down the old man's chin. He wipes the mutated blood brusquely away with his sleeve. You glimpse strange burns covering his flesh under his clothing. The slightest movement must be causing him unbearable pain. Save the child and deliver her safely to Regent Aronto, acting head of House Orselio in the Coronis Expanse. Rest assured that the reward will be worth your effort. I know we came here for a navigator, but after everything we've seen, I got some reservations about this girl. Argenta looks at Cassia, and a painful furrow appears on her brow. Such a fragile thing with such a heavy burden upon her shoulders. You are talking as though you expect to die here. Theobald shrugs indifferently. My service to the house is coming to an end. The wounds Felek inflicted on my flesh will never heal. I am dying. Praise the throne slowly enough to see that the child is taken care of. There is a Medicae deck on my ship. Theobald only shakes his head. No. I am the keeper of Uruk 5 and I will perish along with my station. On that note, I have other matters to attend to. I believe I've made my decision. Is that so? Please share your thoughts. Felek is a true monster. Last thing I need is a monster on my ship. Should bring Cassia to Felik as I promised, or I'm sick of this station. I have reason to believe, fella, that you are speaking the truth and that Felik has turned against us. Though her appearance is odd, this is normal for navigators. They're often monstrous. I have no reason to believe heresy was involved in her appearance, and the Emperor has chosen her as a navigator. Felik is a monster. Let's do away with him. Theobald dips his head in favor of the proposition. Allies are always welcome, even temporary ones. I'll revive the child. Do not be alarmed. Power of House Orselio's heir will help us to destroy our enemies and shield us from Felik's navigator forces. But you, rest for a time before the battle. Yes, I did, because I found that thing that said that the only people who can turn off the defenses are the Orselio keepers. But Theobald's been with me the whole time, so it can't be him. Ooh, level up. We get a new talent, of course. Tide of Excellence. Oh, I already have that. Do more damage to something at full wounds, that's not bad. Expose weakness costs no AP. Also reduces enemies' toughness and willpower by 12 for a round. I think fresh target, make it easier to one-shot stuff. And then either my perception or my intelligence should probably go up. Although, and my ballistics could also do with a little bonus, but you know. Ugh. Awareness reduces enemy dodge chance. Intelligence is a bunch of skill stuff, and I like having high skill characters. Yeah, joint offense. And you, I think, more perception. Or, actually, even more willpower. That's kind of your best thing. Alright. Get you some more ballistic skill, because I feel like you're not hitting well with that. Let's see. Is a sign they're about to open fire. Soldier and their allies will automatically dodge the soldier's next attack. That's actually pretty good. Because that means her AoEs, so long as she does this first, her AoEs won't hit our allies. Yeah, that's pretty good for her. And Abelard, your warriorness improves. Sworn enemy to improve his single target takedowns. I actually have the best Medicae on the team? That's surprising. Argenta has the best demolition. I've got the best coercion. My carouse is pretty bad. Get us more athletics. Because your carouse is already pretty good. And you don't gotta worry too much about that. Luxurious feast was left untouched. Well, no one appears to be living in the cage. Somebody still filled the trawl with dried fruit and fresh water. It's as if the painting was rendered by several different hands. The timid, uncertain lines are interlaced with rough and furious strokes, coming together in arcane shapes. Time to punish the traitor for his lies. Ooh. There's books over here. Lady Navigator's private library is brimming with essays, novels, and personal accounts from the trailblazers and explorers of the Imperium. How fun. We are all here. Okay. We all disappeared for a second. Everybody ready? Rogue traitor, you treasonous worm, I knew I should have killed you. There's enough, boy. You betrayed the child, our house, and Tisiphone herself. Surrender. I'm the savior of our house, and I'm prepared to pay the ultimate price. Kill them. Does he know what the ultimate price is? I think he's calling something else that's not the ultimate price the ultimate price. Ooh, nice one. Theobald? Ah. Ooh. Already Argenta's turn again? Or was that a surprise round, or... That was weird. Give Argenta some forewarning. Analyze Felic. And hit those guys. Name it you. Zap. Analyze. Expose weakness. Surefire plan, and then shotgun.
Follow my lead. Break their morale.
Your aim sucks.
My faith strengthens me.
Moving out!
Your shotgun's not as cool as mine. Abelard over here. And then... Target is too close. Oh, god damn it. That's how that works. Put up your endure. Name this guy as your one true foe. Cleave, whatever.
Onward! Weather the storm.
Try to die with
Bonk.
grace.
Ooh.
Follow my lead. Follow my lead.
I got that guy at least.
Stay vigilant.
Good job, team. Controlled shot. There, see? Abelard didn't get hit. You gonna keep running, bitch? Warp curse unleashed.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. Huh?
Jeez, she just has a fire grenade? Well, zap. Just give her another turn? Okay. Give Abelard a little more of that something something. Can't quite scream at the guy. Eh. Get analyzed. And get exposed. And get shot. Ooh.
Follow my lead.
Alright, who's still alive? Oh, that guy. Abelard actually didn't do shit this time. Must be a new feeling for him.
I must not falter. Moving out.
You just run into the fire and instantly die like a moron.
Weapon at the ready.
Allies dodged. He actually got hit by all that. Visions of Triumph. Sounds fun.
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
Ugh. Alright, scream in his brain. Yeah, like that.
Now, this is your burden, child. Survive. Return to the fold of your house as your destiny demands.
No! Don't leave me alone in this violet-brown haze! Wake up! Your mistress is giving you an order! Do you hear me?
Tasha looks at the navigator's body in bewilderment. You are overwhelmed with an inexplicable inexplicable sense of loneliness and grief. But I know how her powers work. It's pretty explicable.
He was a fine seer of the warp. He fought for his mistress until the end.
Indeed. Step on his skull to quicken his passing? I think he's already, like, fully dead. I don't think that's gonna do anything. And also, he was human,
no.
so...
Enough's enough. I've had my fill of waterworks, thank you.
Adira brusquely wipes away her tears with pointed determination. Make sure he doesn't come back? I don't think coming back is a thing in 40k. The Necrons don't really... The Necrons are, like, the only thing that you'd imagine could, and they really don't. Forgive the urgency. We should leave the station immediately. Systems are unstable and may fail at any moment.
But this is my home. What are you going to do to me?
Lady Cassia, let us aid one another. Come, my navigator, and I shall restore you to House Orselio at the earliest opportunity.
I beg your pardon, but what about my servants? Yorak 5 is still full of people loyal to House Orselio.
All who can be saved will be given succor on board my ship. I have no reason not to hire them on. We're down on manpower at the moment.
Accompanying a rogue trader on their travels is an honor for any navigator. Let us go. I can no longer bear the sight of the deathly pale shadows that drape the bodies of the fallen.
Yeah, just a sec. Autogun. Deadshot stub revolver. Ooh. Extra hit chance, a revolver. Cool. Regular shotgun. Regular shotgun. Staff of House Orselio. Castigating. Enemies targeted by Navigator powers suffer a -5 penalty to all their characteristics until the end of the Navigator's next turn. Penalty stacks and is prolonged until the Navigator's next turn every time it attacks. Ritobi pattern lasgun. Not as good as Unfading Valor. We have here. Regular armored body glove, that can go away. Tactical goggles. Extra hit chance and crit chance. Might give that to her, honestly. She has trouble hitting things. Requires 35 strength. Does she not have... Her strength is 30? Wow. I guess mine's also 30, so... Yeah, only one of us has more than 30 strength. I shouldn't be, Oh, yeah. You're officer class, which means... Force an ally to fully push themselves, increasing their characteristics by that for a round. Officer's abilities can be applied to the target of voice of command from any distance. She got Persuasion. Immediately grants an ally an extra turn with 2 AP and no MP. Ah. There are any effects of voice of command. It kills an enemy before the end of the officer's turn. Ally gains a one-time additional 8 momentum. Can be used the same ally more than once per round. Extra turn with full AP and MP. During the extra turn, there's no attack limit. Whenever the officer targets an ally with an ability for the first time in a round, that ally gains 5 temporary wounds. Characteristic. Either Fellowship or Willpower. I'm thinking Fellowship. You seem more... You have warp stuff, but I feel like you want more friend stuff. And a common talent. I have Oblivion seems decent. Guide of Souls. That's pretty good. Just +3 movement, and if she's targeted someone, they get it too. An ally gets an extra turn. Lets them use willpower for all resistance tests. That's kind of useful. Can use perception instead of agility for dodge. Enemies you move suffer damage at the end of a movement. Use navigator power, decrease veil degradation. 5 wounds at the beginning of every turn and gain an additional wound for every navigator talent taken. Healing increased by 1 for every creature killed in between the navigator's turns. Wow. Make it really durable. 2 perception until the end. If fail a resistance test, everyone against them gets crit chance. A natural allure that's just extra fellowship, essentially for free. It's pretty good. More range on her officer stuff, but if everyone's got good movement, that might not be necessary. Ooh, focus is real good. Even more fellowship. Theobald, do you mind if we, Staff of Orselio Guardian. Allies targeted by Navigator powers gain a bonus to all their characteristics until the end of the Navigator's next turn. Cool. Bryce Pioneer's Bracers. Every time the wearer deals damage, target's weapon skill and ballistic skill is reduced by 5. Stacks up to 6 times. That's pretty good. Yeah, just put that in cargo. Yeah, just more cargo. Current gloves do you have? Yeah, that's not that useful because I don't intend you to go down at any point. You want a fellowship boosting thing. What's your current thing? Enemies targeted by power suffer a penalty to all their characteristics until the end of the Navigator's next turn. Just a second. We just have a second staff of House Orselio, but we also Orselio Guardian. If I'm mostly going to be targeting allies for stuff, I think the Guardian one's going to be better for her. And give her that for her off weapon as well. Same for you. Check here. Where those? Here we are. Or she deals damage, they get worse at dealing damage back. That's pretty good. She puts out a lot of hits. She puts out hits very frequently, I should say. With her rapid fire. Show her backpack. It's a good backpack. It's just back at the transducer. Back to the void ship bridge. I've been expecting you. Does he do that every time? Yes, it's quite normal at this point. I sneezed twice, I'm sorry. Lord Captain, Lady Navigator, welcome aboard. Sanctioned noble mutant whose genes allow them to safely guide a warp-capable void ship through the warp. The Sanctum Navis has been prepared for the communion ritual, but if the Lady Navigator wishes to rest in her quarters first... Your heart starts beating furiously. Your breaths come short and choppy, and your fingertips tingle unpleasantly. You notice that Vigdis is shivering slightly. The crew are glancing around in puzzlement, searching for the source of this sudden wave of unease. Decide not to make use of the charm that could inhibit Cassio or Celio's powers. That is true. Without even looking at the Voxmaster, Cassio waves her away. First, I wish to speak with the rogue trader. Leave us. Of course. You're ready for the ritual. Please let me know. Cassio sweeps her pensive gaze over Vigdis, then, lowering her lashes slightly, turns to you. What did you wish to speak about? After a few seconds' hesitation, Cassia lets out a small exhale and then raises her pointed chin. I have not yet thanked you for saving me on the station. My thoughts were clouded with so much mournful ash when Theobald's heart stopped. But you acted honorably and did not exploit me in my wretched position. And for that I am immeasurably grateful. Convince Cassio or Celio to depart Iraq 5 of her own free will. True. I am also deeply grateful that you saved my servants, especially my valet. Uwe served on the station for more than 5 years, much longer than any who preceded him. Saved Cassio or Celio's servants, I sure did. He knows how to properly attend to me during journeys through the Immaterium and what to serve me for breakfast. His presence envelops me in a cloak of amber. Yes, I've read what he had written. He was quite thorough. But now, Kesha throws back her shoulders. I am ready to go to the Sanctum Navis and perform the sacred rite. I require brushes, canvas, and the best paints you have on board, but no red. Why do you refuse red paint? Kesha gestures toward the servant standing beside her. Uwe will give of his blood before the ritual, as always. Very well. You tell me more about what the ritual entails. I doubt the uninitiated can understand the mysteries of navigation, but I shall try to explain the essence of it. I must merge my mind and will with the machine spirit of the ship so that I become one with the vessel. Kesha lifts a lock of hair from the back of her neck, revealing gilded implant parts. After that, I use the House Orselio ritual, which I am loath to reveal to you to free my mind of all errant thoughts, and then it is time to open my third eye and peer into the depths of the warp itself. Among the nightmarish visions, mirages, and creatures of the abyss, only the light of the Emperor is the truth that will lead me from star to star, from system to system. Oh, the light. The guiding thread so fine it can slip from one's grasp at any moment. Kesha unfurls her hand as though dropping something. But you have nothing to worry about. The navigators of House Orselio never lose their course. She'll ensure that all necessary supplies are delivered to the Sanctum Navis. Kesha nods and thanks. She thinks she needs it. Who am I to question it? Blessed by the Emperor and all that. Shall take my leave of you for the duration of the rite. I ask that you do not follow me. Few can survive the gaze of my warp eye when it is opened. Lord Captain, I will oversee the open channel between the Lady Navigator and the bridge. May the Emperor's light help us all. Kasia Orselio. The Voxcaster in the Sanctum Navis picks up the susurration of clothes, pious chanting, and the metallic clinking of implants. Then the serene voice of the Lady Navigator breaks the silence, initiating communion ritual. Come here, Uwe. The exultant ring of metal freed from its scabbard. The low sob of the servant. The rhythmic drip of liquid on canvas. The faint whisper of the brush. Go. Footsteps hurrying away. I see. Violet vortexes lashing an ocean with a million flails. And umber shadows spinning over the surface in a fiery dance. A storm rising above foaming waters. Armadas drowning in fog. The path from one end to another cannot be seen. And here, beyond the wall of glass, a daughter forsaken by her father yearns for her brother. And the sun's pale disk goes in tireless pursuit. Of her? No, of me. Its frozen rays lie that spring is here. The light is deadened. The great ruler is gone. The Voxmaster recoils at Cash's words and accidentally snaps one of the cogitator levers. The panel beneath her fingers emits sparks, and the Voxcaster falls silent. She quickly flips a series of switches and bows guiltily. My abject apologies for cutting off the broadcast, Lord Captain. I've never heard the warp speaking through a navigator before. Connection is restored now. It will not happen again. Voxmaster, see to it you receive 5 lashes for the show of clumsiness. What's happening to Kasia? Soul-shredding screams drown out the Vox transmission. Okay, you can turn it back off then. The servants in the Sanctum Navis are howling and shrieking like wild beasts, moaning in pain, their throats raw from the strain, and then sudden silence. The dull thud of dropping bodies proclaims their fate. It appears the servants were part of the Lady Navigator's rite, as it was for her predecessor. I will arrange for the bodies to be removed from the Sanctum Navis after the ritual, or what is left of them. Rogue Trader, I fear I have unfortunate news. Endless blackness has spread across the canvas, dividing what should be whole in two, and my sight cannot glimpse the light of the Emperor as clearly as before. I cannot turn around. My brush only draws me onward. The way is blocked. You hear a heavy exhale, rustling fabric, and metal clicking. By the Emperor's grace, the ritual was successful. Your vessel's temperament presented a challenge. Its cold steel grip did not allow me to breathe freely even for a second. It was as if the depths of the ship housed not only machine spirits, but something other. Now I will retreat to my chambers to recover my strength. Send for me if you have need of me. Lord Captain, congratulations on acquiring a navigator. Please spare me a few moments of your time, as there are several matters that require your attention. First of all, I wish to report on the condition of the station Urak 5. Had you opted to begin your visit to the Rycat system with a different destination, the station could have become critically unstable. Fortunately, the decision to immediately visit the representatives of the Navis Nobilite bought us precious time. We can either focus our efforts on disassembling the station and procuring technological components for our own vessel, or attempt to save as many valuables as we can. Gather any components that may be of use to the ship. We're not starving for money at the moment. As you command, Lord Captain. With your permission, I would also like to remind you that we are still looking for an Engineer Prime. Both the vessel and its machine spirits are in desperate need of oversight by an experienced tech priest. We're also missing some crew and, much more importantly, we have not yet located Heinrich van Kalox, the right hand of the Lord Inquisitor. Now we know for certain he was not on Urek 5, so we should keep this in mind when making for any future plans. Thank you, Victus. This will be all for now. As it pleases you, Lord Captain. She's doing her job correctly. I'm not gonna, shit on her for it. Let's see, Prison Planetoid, or... There's a lot of stuff on Rykad Minoris. Let's go there next. Lord Captain, there's some commotion on the officer's deck. The Lady Navigator has left her quarters and is currently in the wardroom, where uninitiated crew members are shunning her in terror. Perhaps you should find out what has brought Cassia to the deck. Ah, little curtsy.
Lord Captain, my apologies. I did not notice your entrance.
So you are fond of reading?
Oh, this. I found this fascinating read on one of the shelves. And I must say, it has caught my eye. Its every chapter is written in verse. I find it so beautiful and enrapturing.
Collection of works by the Cadian naval commander and poet, alias Quent.
Urek 5 had a vast archive of its own, of course. Although most of the works within had to do with scholarly disciplines of some sort or another. Only in my sparse moments of respite was I allowed to escape into the pages of more embellished works.
Cassia gently brushes the dust off the cover of her thin, clawed hand, her eyes filled with longing after reminiscing about her lost home. I hope you have had ample time to calm yourself in your powers. That's a little disconnected. Events that took place on Urek 5 must have shaken you greatly. Are you well?
One should not underestimate the navigators of House Orselio, Lord Captain. Like a shawl of pale smoke, a faint malaise hangs upon my shoulders, but it will not be the slightest hindrance to my duty to humanity, and my duty to you.
I see. Cassia's response is reserved and pointedly decorous, clearly intended to create a distance between you. I see. Only attendant is your valet from Urek 5. My servants don't measure up to your standards?
No. It is not that at all, Lord Captain. It is just that Uwe is quite capable of carrying out his duties by himself. He is well accustomed to my whims and preferences.
I see. Cassia cringes ever so slightly, adjusts the adornment on her forehead, then awkwardly hides her clawed fingers in the folds of her clothes. The unnatural appearance of navigators often becomes the topic of gossip among lowly servants and officers alike. It is unsurprising, then, that Cassia prefers the company of one who is used to how she looks. Very well. Hope you've had ample time to calm yourself and your powers.
There are people on this ship who are far more impulsive and dangerous to others, and far less devoted to the God Emperor than a herald of the Navis Nobilite.
Nobilite, okay.
But I did not need your words to see the shades of umber unease that whirl around your subjects whenever I am near. Were I not acquainted with such a reaction, I could have found their behavior in your question just now insulting.
No, I meant you literally make people insane by being near them. I wanted to be sure you weren't doing that.
Lord Captain, would you kindly explain to me why you are pestering me with these questions? Inquiring about my mood and my needs, showing an interest in the books I am enjoying. You are behaving as if you possessed a shred of fellow feeling for one such as I.
You are the navigator?
I beg your pardon, Lord Captain. That was no way for a navigator to conduct herself.
Let's see. Believe this conversation has reached its natural conclusion? Probably not. Indeed difficult for me to feel empathy for a mutant. Not really. See, mutants have actually although they're often discriminated against, they've always been allowed in the Astrum Militarum. They've always had a place, even back during the old Warp Wars. The Emperor was never above letting mutants be in the military, so you have to assume he didn't care that much. Nothing to apologize for. Human emotions are natural, be they good or bad. Just as natural to share them with others. Mind what you say. Feelings I have for you are far more complicated than common sympathy. I'm not sure what this is implying.
Please forgive me. I cannot even understand myself right now. Your words and attention have reminded me of life on the station. Of Theobald and Felek. I do not understand. They were merely the keepers of Urak 5. So, why do memories of those two make me feel a strange heaviness here? At the same time, I find myself overwhelmed with new excitement and anticipation. At last, I have set foot outside my familiar walls and into a world that I have only seen before in the pages of books. Your ship alone is a treasure trove of remarkable artifacts and curiosities. And just imagine the things that await beyond, but... My delight must seem childish to you, surely. In your heart, you must be finding all this quite amusing.
Not dare make fun of a lady's feelings, especially not one who has captivated me since I first set eyes on her. Whoa, set up the Riz right away there. Rather we find amusement else. Okay, just fuck. Hey, you wanna fuck? Yeah, I think that's a little far. Find childish is your manner of addressing me as if I were your friend. That's just being a dick. Understand? My own life was turned upside down not too long ago. Not in the habit of finding amusement at the expense of people. Just remember to keep your emotions in check. Must return to my duties. Hey. I understand what you're going through. My own life was turned upside down not too long ago.
Indeed. I did not know. That is to say, I could not have known, as it is the first time we are speaking in a circumstance so... private. My word, when I found this place, it was so full of officers. Why did they all leave?
Perhaps my people did not wish to disturb you.
Or because my presence offends them. Then I must take my leave as well. I am due to inspect the Sanctum Navis after the communion ritual and prepare the chamber for the upcoming warp jump. Thank you for your company.
End dialogue. I've never been in this part of the ship before. I have once before, just not in a while. Any of my companions have anything to say?
Lord Captain,
Till next time, Seneschal.
Greetings.
Until next time. Guess we can have a little conversation with Cassia.
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is without our stimulating conversations.
Tell me about yourself.
I am a part of House Orselio, an ancient dynasty of the Navis nobility. Since time immemorial, our family has served to advance knowledge, pushing at the boundaries of the dark unknown. The Starway Atlas contains 2,843 routes that chart the sectors of the Segmentum Obscurus and reach all the way from the Coronis Expanse to Holy Terra.
Now, the Navis Nobilite, an ancient organization of noble mutant families whose genes allow them to safely guide warp-capable void ships through the Immaterium.
And uniting the Imperium's thousands of worlds. House Orselio is bound by commercial pacts to houses Galeatis, Ortina, Drotus, and... There is a dark blue knot tightening on your neck, Lord Captain. I can see my reply is not satisfying your thirst for knowledge. What is it you desire to hear exactly?
Sorry, Cassia, but I would like to know more about you personally, not your family.
You wish to know about me? I suppose I can help you with that. What would you like to know?
You've never lived anywhere other than Urak 5?
Hardly. According to the chronicles of the house, I was born on one of the Orselio worlds. Oh, what was it?
One of those weird names you can never remember.
Please forgive me, Lord Captain. My childhood memories are too vague.
Oh, please, I grew up in a basket.
Sometimes I dream about the colorful birds that built their nests in the garden, or the servants dressed in purple livery, or the blue fog that rolled over the lowlands behind the palace. But everything is covered in a rosy haze. Perhaps it is my imagination, not my memory, that is painting these pictures.
Indeed. Tell me about your life on the station.
My stay on the station was wholly dedicated to preparing me for my future duty. Astromancy, astrography, numerology, the histories of my house and the Imperium, as well as other disciplines. For many years, dozens of instructors tirelessly prepared me for my destiny. And once a year, Great Regent Alronto would come to the station. He would entrust his beautiful vessel to my command, so that I could master the practical aspects of our art as well.
Did you have friends? Someone you could turn to for a simple conversation, not a discussion of yet another lecture?
The Regent gave me a bird from a sunlit planet once. I tried to befriend it and make it sing, but for some reason, it refused, and died soon after. The instructors were too respectful of my duty to my house to waste precious time on idle chatter. Aside from them, there were only servants on the station. And you know they have their vocal cords removed, so they cannot break their vow of silence. And since the subject has been breached, Lord Captain, why do you not follow this honored tradition? Your decks are so garish. Apologies, I meant noisy. The rabble don't just chatter. Sometimes they shout and even sing. Why do you allow such a lack of restraint? Rogue traders are highborn, are they not?
Let's see, you have a point. About time we made the decks quieter. Oh dear. Ruler cannot maim people just because it's in his power to do so. You may find it difficult to believe, but the practice of depriving servants of their voice is not particularly widespread outside House Orselio. Yeah, that one.
Please forgive me, Lord Captain. I was sure it was a sacred tradition made sacrosanct by the ancient vows of obedience. I expect more surprises will be waiting for me outside the walls of Urak 5.
Fish, report to the ship as soon as possible. Well, bang, okay? No the fuck we won't, Bathwater. You think I'm that easy? You gotta get at least 2 cutscenes with me first. You even gone through the first game yet? I didn't think so. Third eye, do you always conceal it?
The Navigator's open eye is baneful to whoever the warp's ruinous shine falls upon, and therefore it is the symbol of our power. We are the guiding stars of humanity, found worthy of an uncommon gift, and one of the duties that we bear is to guard our eye, even from wayward glances that may bear evil. Besides, I am aware that lesser servants of the Imperium may find our appearance repulsive. The Navigator gene twists the features the rabble are used to seeing, and the magnificence of our role cannot be grasped by their feeble minds.
Let's see. You're beautiful, don't let anyone or anything convince you otherwise. They really give you a lot of flirt opportunities with Cassia. Who cares for the opinion of short-sighted rabble? They can serve us and die for us and keep their thoughts to themselves. You do not look repulsive. I cannot blame them. It's like, I don't know. It was surprising. The Emperor does not despise mutants. He despises chaos. The fact that the two happen to look similar is a trick of the chaos. They want us to hate each other. That's obviously what it is. You do not look repulsive, Cassia.
Perhaps my appearance does not terrify you right now, but this will not always be so. The Navigator gene is unstable. My body is going to change over time. And only the God Emperor knows exactly how.
In genuine terror, Cassia presses fingers to her lips as if belatedly trying to stop the words from tumbling out. What does it feel like to guide a vessel through the warp?
It may be difficult to describe. You see, every navigator perceives the warp differently. My mentor, Great Regent Elronto, always described his travels through the Immaterium as a journey through a vast wood with countless paths. And I, assisting him in the first voyages, futilely tried to follow his example. But the wood would not reveal itself to me. But everything changed when I found my own key to this mystery. You see, I've always brightened up my rare moments of leisure time by painting. You may recall there was a workshop in my chambers.
Yes, I did.
As soon as I imagined the warp as a blank canvas, an indescribable feeling came over me. I moved the brush, going deeper and deeper into my own painting. Visions were hidden within the vibrant colors of my palette, and something inside me knew which should be brought out and which should be left behind. I woke up several days later, after the voyage was safely complete.
I noticed that your love of painting is reflected in your speech as well. You associate so many images with hues and colors.
The Emperor graced me with a gift. I can see inner life in addition to the mundane. You cannot know that a fruit has rotten from the inside until a blade slices it in two. I can see the rot from far away. It roils like swamp mud, oozing through the bright
Hey,
peel.
Techno.
Anger
Yes,
and boredom,
Warhammer.
sadness and
40,000 of them.
Everything that people shut away inside themselves.
This is
is revealed
Cassia.
to
She's a
me
navigator.
like colours on the
Highborn
canvas
mutants.
of my world.
I think they're the only kind of mutants that are noble by default, but mutants aren't supposed... They're discriminated against, but they're not supposed to be, like, exterminated. Generally.
You hear no objection from me, Lord Captain.
In the far future, there's only war. That's Warhammer. Yeah, no, Bathwater knows it. Tell me about House Orselio.
As the only voice of our family on this vessel, it is an honor. As long as your questions are courteous, I will answer every one of them.
Is the Orselio prophecy system named after your ancestor?
You are shrewd indeed. My ancestor charted that route while fleeing the enemies of humanity. They say the Emperor himself was his guide, because the warp expelled their vessel without a single loss.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, the lips of those who relate this tale seep with disgusting green hubris. I think Kalain Orselio was simply a skilled navigator.
Who rules the house?
Just as a rogue trader stands at the head of a protectorate, a Novator heads a navigator house. It is the Novator who decides where to look for alliances and which path their bloodline is destined to tread. As for our house, the transfer of power to a successor is currently underway. In the meantime, Great Regent Auronto Orselio is ensuring the stability of the house.
You lived in seclusion on a closed station until Felix committed his sabotage. You must be the Novator's successor.
So says Regent Auronto. Nothing is decided yet. Some people in the house become enshrouded in rolling grey clouds at the thought of me becoming the Novator. But even more are bound with dull leaden chains. They think I am not ready for such a burden.
I take it House Orselio has a rich history?
Oh, yes. The navigators of the house came to the Coronis Expanse fairly recently. A mere 208 years ago.
In the year
Before
40,000, that's
our
pretty recent, yeah.
ancestors expanded the borders of humankind's dominion for the glory of the Emperor, blazing trails to different corners of the galaxy.
With your permission, I'd like to talk about something else.
By all means.
What does your special sight reveal?
Sister Argenta shines like a guiding star, inspiring resolve in those around her, seemingly inexplicably. However, I see a dark and ugly fog billow behind her, contrasting sharply with her shining light. It burdens the Sister of Battle. It drags her down. Yet Argenta herself is hardly aware of it. Seneschal Viserion is among the few whose colors are a pleasure to look at. Whenever the Seneschal speaks, heavenly crystal clarity spreads around him. And whenever he is angered, dark blue clouds condense over him. And in his rare moments of joy, a pure gleam of sunset pink caresses the souls of those near him. Out of your entire retinue, Lord Captain, he is the only one I would trust with my life.
That's why he's the tank.
Idira's emotions are like a maelstrom, bright, unbridled, enveloping her form like a wondrous kaleidoscope of colors.
What was that?
And as dangerous as a twisting warp storm. The riot of colors hides the truth from my eyes. What exactly is driving this woman? Is it her own will, or is it the Immaterium, Lord Captain?
No idea. Must beg my leave.
I have enjoyed your company. Thank you for the conversation.
The hell is this? Heinrich Montag? Oh, the Infernus Master. How'd you come to be in the service of the Von Venetius? Usual way. Ancestors wronged yours and were appointed Inferni as a result. Hard labor, deadly risks, plenty of opportunities to atone. Criminals have been dead for generations, but still serving their time. They'll find redemption one day. Tell me about the Infernus Guild. What interests you the most? Duty, state-of-the-art equipment, or vibrant traditions? How's the guild organized? Different brigades according to duties. Part of the guild are our liquidators, tough guys with nerves of steel who put out fires and pull people from the flames. Repairmen dealing with problems like jam doors, fuel leaks, broken vents. Walking inspectors who check the decks to make sure nothing's blocking any passages or access to communication lines. Kind of equipment. Bit of a stretch, sorry. It's no state-of-the-art equipment. The risk of ruining it in a fire are too great. You get by using human resources and the most common items available. Respirators, fire extinguishers, and flame-retardant uniforms. Let's face it, the lives of the Inferni are not worth much. More important, we save the machines and minimize damage to this ship. What traditions? Plenty of those, like the reminders. You survive a particularly hopeless accident, you get a tattoo on your scar. Always tell an experienced Infernus by their ink, like a badge of honor of sorts. Tell me about yours. This one is from the time plasma leaked from the outer aft circuit. Imagine yourself clinging to the hull outside, thermal cutter in one hand and a magnetic clamp in the other. Azure flames burst from the breach, the kind that can incinerate you in a second. All that separates you from death is a flimsy rope and a void suit more ancient than Holy Terra. Yet the price I paid was nothing compared to my comrades. As for this one, I had this one in the ammo depot when my wife Elsinora died. There was a fire and the flames were getting close to the ammunition. I don't mean autogun rounds. These were macro cannon shells. Macro cannons are a type of void ship weapon generally mounted on the sides or the dorsal section. When fired, macro cannons launch several salvos against the same target. Yeah. Well, fire as best we could, but we were losing. Suddenly, Elsie took my hand, kissed me, ran straight into the blaze, and activated the emergency blast door. I stayed outside while she vented the compartment. It's quite a story. Sorry for your loss. That's all I needed to know. That's enough for now, Heinrich. Never let the fire go out. I mean, don't let anything catch on fire. Shit. Like, never let the fire go out. Is that something a firefighter should be saying to a person? Like, really, dude? Are they gonna start this? Back to the Coronis Expanse. Get us to Rykad Minoris. Permission to report, Lord Captain. Members of a sacred cult operating aboard this ship have requested an audience. Sacred what now? They wish to present gifts and introduce themselves to their new captain. Sacred what now? They call themselves the Bloodspun Web. The cult defends the flagship from both internal and external threats. Lady Theodora held them in high regard and looked favorably upon their activities. So yeah, this is the first DLC. I did pick up everything in this game. I don't think all the DLC is out yet, but this one came out not that long ago, I don't think. I'm ready to receive the... wait. Damn it. I was trying to select... Back to the bridge, I'll talk to her about it, then. Blah. Veritable city, sailing through the void. Ship has numerous compartments you can visit. Navigate these using the map of the ship. Scroll up to reveal new dialogue. Yeah, but that doesn't let me go back and change an answer I gave. I'm willing to receive them. Here we go. I just misclicked. I gotta be careful of that. Ooh. You, neglected to mention they were a death cult. Feel like that should have been, part 1. Seems rather heretical. I don't see what part of killing people is heretical, do you? Those on the deck watch in awe as the final figure moves gracefully into a ceremonial pose. Some of the officers whisper in excitement, while others murmur prayers to the God Emperor.
The Undying Emperor commanded us to spin a web of blood around his children, and we obeyed. We obey still.
The masked cultists repeat the words in a mournful whisper. We obey still.
Domin von Valancius, Death has whispered your name. We disown Domin Theodora. We renounce our oath to her.
She pulls out a sinister curved blade, and similar weapons suddenly appear in the hands of her motionless companions.
And now we give the gift of our blood to you. It is the gift of death. Death has whispered your name. The followers of the tenets of the web swear fealty to their new overlord and offer proof of their devotion.
They, stab themselves. Cool.
We give you a blade, the silent verdict. The Undying One has chosen you to wield this instrument of death. We give you one of our own, Kibella. She will be your shield and shadow. And we give you the blood of these traitors.
Oh, they were traitors. Okay, yeah, kill them all.
Will purify their souls.
Betrayal is heretical, so obviously kill them all. Silent verdict. Death Cult weapon gains the following. Ignores 8% of parry. 2% crit chance for each attack they make. This bonus stacks until the end of the round. You can only usually make one attack. It's a two-hander, though. That's interesting. Lore Imperium test succeeded. You've heard many stories about death cults such as this one. These devoted, holy assassins of the Imperium have turned death into a form of worship of the Emperor. They are exemplary slayers, invisible executioners, and the scourge of traitors, heretics, and fallen souls. Many righteous people honor them as votaries of the faith, while others see their fearsome rituals as frenzied spectacles touched by madness. Yeah, see? Emperor-approved murder. Then it's not murder at all, it's just doing what the Emperor says to. Examine them. The cultists are all voidborn. Their lithe, sinewy bodies are clad in light armor, which allows them to move with an acrobat's nimble grace and strike with an assassin's swift surety. Their red and black vestments are adorned with sharp spikes and ritual jewelry. Where time and training have worn their garments threadbare, you can make out patterns of bleeding lacerations. And the captives? Prisoners cower beneath the weight of your gaze. Blood drips down the tear-stained faces of the captured officers, technomats, and workers. Lowest rank of tech priest responsible for minor and mundane rituals that are nevertheless necessary for the cult to function. Fair enough. Word has been carved into each of their foreheads with meticulous precision. Traitor, heretic, apostate, renegade. Cuts have been diligently and regularly reopened to prevent healing.
These renegades committed treachery against their domin. Their lips once praised the name of Kunrad Voitvir, but it is your name they will whisper as they cross over to the other side.
Interesting. So a death cult watches over my crew. They who honor the Emperor through killing, who devote their every deed to serving him. Sacred executioners.
The Domin has discerned our essence. This is a great honor for the blood-spun web. We have woven the bays of this ship together with the threads of our faith for many years. We keep the greatest relic, his tarot, through which he sends us his blessed revelations. We obey the whispers of the Undying One. This is our service to him. This is our service to you.
Back up slightly. You have an Emperor's Tarot? It's a deck of psychoactive cards bearing sacred and meaningful images. Tarot cards are used for divination and predicting the future. They're believed to be able to capture images sent by the Emperor himself. In the hands of a skilled psyker, the Emperor's Tarot can be a truly potent divination tool. Hell yeah, those are rare. Your heart is filled with awe as you gaze at the cultists. You recognize this feeling. You've experienced it before, when you walked through the scorching flame and survived. The eyes of your grim guests burn bright with sacrificial fervor. They serve the God Emperor with wholehearted faith and devotion. Yeah, Sister of Battle, if you weren't here for the first stream, you don't know. The Sister of Battle, I think that's her over there. No, that's not her. She's probably a little further back, like just off screen. She said, walk through the fire, the Emperor will protect you. And when a Sister of Battle says the Emperor will do something, you kind of just assume they're right. And then she was right, so it was like... And then, like, all of his holy symbols started glowing in my vision, so it was... Warrior nuns? Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, it might be my favorite kind of nun. What exactly does a cult like the Bloodspun Web do?
The tenets of the web teach us to read the threads of the future and understand the hearts of others. When a soul is filled with the poison of corruption, we know its time has come.
Want to battle none, GF? We all do.
3 strikes.
If you say you don't, you're a liar.
1 blade. This is how we serve the Undying One. This is how we serve you and your flagship.
And being second in her heart to the Emperor? Well, no one can be the Emperor, come on. Except the Emperor, obviously, but he's not anyone. It's like, you're gonna have to accept that you're second place. But first place is the Emperor, which, you know, I'd take that.
But there are others. The virtuous martyrs who contravene his design without realizing it. Those who have come too close to faltering or committing an apostasy, but have not erred yet. We present such souls to the Undying One.
Want my wife to go on a tirade about smiting the infidels. I want her to talk about cleansing the heretics, but it's a similar, area of discussion. You mentioned the tenets of the web. What are they?
Our laws and teachings, our philosophy and way of life, our art of combat and spiritual dogma. The tenets are the blood-spun web itself. Humanity owes its existence to the Undying Emperor's sacrifice. It is he who protects us from a darkness of terrors. Hence, each of us has a duty to serve him, and a duty to die for him. To act otherwise is to waste the life that has been given to us by the Undying One, to become a thief. We help others understand this. We help them to live and die righteously.
No, I basically understand how it works. They're not innocent, they were about to commit heresy. You make it so they died never having done it. Obviously that's better than dying a heretic. I don't see how people can not see how that's the way better option. Look, you can die fully having followed the Emperor, no blemishes. Or you can die a heretic, and which one do you think is gonna get the letter home? Exactly. I find that acceptable. Cultists do not blink or look away as they stare at you. Tell me about yourself, Cabela. Are you the leader of the Bloodspun Web, or its herald, or its servant?
I am the second spinner of the Bloodspun Web. The honor of this title is bestowed only upon those who have ushered more souls than... It is shameful to speak of one's own deeds. I'm here to become your shadow, not to make boasts.
Why have you brought this rabble to the upper decks?
So you may offer the souls of these traitors as a gift to him. You have the authority to order their execution. Their blood will bind us together through him. For the God Emperor, the Undying One is death itself. The Undying One is duty itself. Give the order, Domin. Let a spinner of the Bloodspun Web undergo the test of a sacred trial.
The others echo her words from beneath their bone masks. Undergo the tests. Judge them myself. Give weapons to the traitors. It's time for Cabela to prove herself.
A dagger that has not sliced through sinew is nothing more than a toy. Let the final dance begin.
Obviously, if they're innocent, the Emperor will stop her from killing them. That is basic Emperor. Come on, if you don't understand that part, why are you even here? Go on, give them weapons. And if she dies, then obviously the one who killed her must be innocent. Or she wasn't very good at following the Emperor. You know, either or. We'll figure that part out.
Save you.
Cabela has a remarkable background. As a Death Cult assassin, she can use a special ability called Raining Blood. When used, it causes the target of Cabela's next melee attack to explode in a burst of blood, covering the floor and any enemies behind the target. The affected enemies suffer additional damage. Cabela can also use a special throwable consumable item called a Blood File to spill even more blood on the battlefield. Cabela is a Blade Dancer. Blade Dancers are incredibly skilled sword fighters who can devastate enemies using two special attacks, Blade Dance and Death from Above. The Blade Dance ability allows the Blade Dancer to make several light strikes against random adjacent targets. There's only one, all the strikes are directed against that target. Two swords are equipped, the Blade Dancer deals significantly more strikes. Ooh, okay, so she'll want to dual wield. Cool, cool. This fixation on blood seems odd. Well, you know, blood for the Golden Throne. Blood for the Emperor and skulls for the Golden Throne. That's what we say. That sounds I don't hear anything wrong with that if you don't. Let's see. Used multiple times per turn, but each use requires a charge to be spent. Gains charges by killing their enemies. Weapon skill, agility, and strength. Weapon skill enhances their melee attacks and defense in close combat. Agility increases their dodge chance, makes their abilities more efficient. For example, increasing number of strikes made with Blade Dance. Strength increases their damage dealt with swords. Most of the Blade Dancer's abilities can only be used with a sword equipped. Some abilities, available through progression, cost wounds instead of AP. Alright, so how exactly do you work? She does have Cleave. Death from Above. Leaps in the air and lands on a selected cell. 9 damage to all adjacent enemies. Made to any unoccupied cell within a 3-cell radius of Blade Dancer's line of sight. Does not provoke attacks. Cannot jump to a cell that is inaccessible in combat. Multiple times per turn. Each requires a charge to be sent. Gains 1 charge of this ability each time they kill a target. Excluding kills made with Death from Above, so you can't just spam it. Ability can only be used with a sword equipped, and Raining Blood. Ooh, that's good. Damn. Wow.
Silence.
Jesus. Emperor Protect, you did a lot of attacks that round, and you could have done more. I didn't even do that as well as I could. Oh my god. Look at this absurd okay, we were having troubles dealing with, like, huge swarms of enemies. We're not gonna have that trouble anymore. She will ruin any swarm or group. No voice acting this time? A cut to the heart, a cut to the throat, a cut to the stomach. These wounds have been inflicted according to his pleasure. The blood of the apostates will wash away the stain of their treachery, so that their souls may prostrate themselves before the Undying One's throne and beg his forgiveness. Cabela wipes the blood from her blade in one swift movement. I have acted with reverence and shown proof of my loyalty. Will you accept me, Domin N'Gath? Will you make me your shield and shadow? Your lordship, the spinners of the blood-spun web were watching, tracking, and killing von Valancius' enemies long before the warrant of trade passed to Lady Theodora. However, the blade has also been known to cut short the lives of highly upstanding persons. Factotum swallows nervously, casting a fleeting glance at Cabela. Blech. I certainly do not in any way condemn the deeds of the deeply esteemed cult. Sure they must have had good reason. Well, yeah, they were about to commit heresy, so they killed them so they'd never do it. What part of this was unclear to you, High Factotum? Jocasta Sauerbach. Who the fuck are you? Stern-looking woman clears her throat. Cultists are the scourge of the seditious. They bring the unrighteous to ruin. Enforcers respect the bloodspun web, for we share a common goal. To bring his light and his harsh justice to the darkest depths of this ship. They're just a lot more swordy about it. Scourge of the seditious or not, folk are afraid of them for a reason. A couple of watches ago, these spinners took a train driver to pieces for some kind of ritual. I don't know what old Malok did to earn the privilege, though. Who's gonna feed his family now? Eric takes a drag of his... something, exhaling the thick smoke from his clenched teeth. That's a lower-decker problem. Matters of the blood-spun web serves you faithfully, Lord Captain. Yes, pray, bathwater. See, you were all concerned that they were seeming heretical. This is completely on the up and up in the Emperor's eyes. A plump old man in the rich robes of a confessor adds respectfully, My predecessor's predecessor once delivered a sermon about how the spinners saved this vessel from the servants of the archenemy. The blood-spun web paid the price in blood, a river of scarlet that flooded the decks from bridge to bilge. You still don't trust them? Well, listen to this glowing testimony. They became the blood of the flagship, the pulse in its veins, the beat of its heart. Their great sacrifice earned them the favor of House von Valancius. Come on. Seems not all the officers have been presented to me yet. Indeed, your lordship. Jocasta Sauerbach at your service. You say the Inquisition conducted an investigation and killed them all anyway just to be safe. Oh, come on. Bathwater, don't be ridiculous. If the Inquisition killed everyone who was accused, why would we bother having an Inquisition and not just send the Astra Militarum? That's just silly. Now, if the Inquisitor accuses them, then that's the Inquisitor doing their job, and obviously we have to execute every last one of them unless the Inquisitor turns out to be a heretic, which is something that happens weirdly often, and I'm not sure how it keeps happening. We should probably look into that. But anyway, don't question your methods. I will question the methods of anyone who I feel like questioning, honestly. Jocasta Sauerbach at your service. I'm trusted with the honor of commanding the enforcers and keeping order aboard this vessel. My duty to punish trespassers, suppress disobedience, repel any and all attacks on the ship. We, completely forgot that there should be a head of security on the ship when we made the game initially, so me. Confessor Adalbert, your lordship, I don't have a PNG. As a humble servant of the Emperor, I am entrusted with the high honor of being the ship's confessor, or in other words, the highest spiritual authority on your vessel. I'm here to oversee the purity of the crew's faith. I officiate in the officers' chapel and also look after the ship's reliquary. And they have, the cult has your seal of approval? Oh, absolutely. They've run red the blood of the Emperor's enemies. Well, then what's the question? Confessor, tell me about the spinner's great sacrifice. The vessel was beset by famine and pestilence during a long warp jump. The flagship wandered uncharted paths in the Immaterium for 20 cycles straight. Servants of the archenemy used the despairing hearts of the crew to infiltrate the ship, and death followed. The hungry became the hunted, the famished became a feast. The exhausted crew was too weak and emaciated to resist the invaders. But then the spinners emerged from the depths. They stood alone against hundreds of foes, yet they did not falter. They did not sleep or rest as their blade-tip dance brought death. Though many spinners fell, the blood-spun web held strong until the flagship left the turmoil of the warp. Come on, you can't kill that much chaos and still be chaos. I don't know. Wish to hear what my retinue thinks. I have heard, though only at a distance, the prayers the spinners offer up to him. I have seen how their deeds fill the people's hearts with confidence in the inevitability of his wrath. The blood-spun web's loyalty to the Emperor is without question, as is their willingness to lay down their lives in the fight against the archenemy. Come on, an Adeptus Sororitas gives the seal of approval. Although Lady Theodora never granted the cult an audience or brought a spinner into her retinue, she respected the blood-spun web and approved of its mission. It is strange. Their shadowy forms are swathed in darkness, yet a radiant light burns within them like scarlet flame. I think it is a good sign. It is rare to see anyone filled with such light, even among servants of the Fate. You will be my shadow, Cabela. Cabela's movements are slow, almost rhythmic. Ooh, she took off her mask. She removes her ceremonial mask. Ow. The dark shadows of her eyes accentuate the deathly pallor of her skin, which is covered in ritual scars. Henceforth I am your shadow, Dominengoth von Valancius, an instrument of death placed in your hand by the Undying One. For so it was ordained, and so his tarot forspoke. Young woman bows her head once more. I also come bearing an invitation from the Vizier of the Bloodspun Web. He wishes you to know that the doors to the Undying One's temple are open to you. What? We have a temple and no one told me where it was? Come on. You're suggesting the Lord Captain should go down into the depths of his flagship to search for this temple? With all due respect, the lower decks are for servants and crew. They're not a fitting place for his lordship. Why is the Vizier not here to deliver the message himself? The first spinner is old. His abode is in the temple beneath the flagship's freight line, and he has not left the lower decks in decades. Even a short journey could sunder the spirit from his ancient body. Ah. Old as shit. Got it. Where's your temple located? I am not permitted to say. If you wish to find the temple, you must walk the path of Saint Ariane, the matriarch spider. Hers was the thread that would become the blood-spun web. Her path began deep within the flagship in the dark tunnels of the freight line. That is where yours must begin as well. This journey will bring closer to the thread of the web. Closer to the Undying One, closer to understanding death. Well, sounds like something any Emperor-fearing man should take part in. Your journey will begin in the darkness of the deepest tunnels. The Vizier awaits you. Cultist retreats into the shadows as Cabela sheathes her ceremonial dagger. Your blade awaits direction, Dominengoth. We will speak again when the time is right. Cool. More ship adventures. Blech. Machine spirits are skittish today. My computer's running slow today. Let's see. Okay, she's physically over here on the ship. Let me take a look at that.
Go
Whoa!
in.
Puts away the dagger she's been using to reopen her freshly closed wounds. Like to know more about the sacred mysteries of the death cult?
The Vizier taught us that there are many like us,
throughout the Imperium who spill blood in his name. Death cultists, as they call us. He said that no two death cults are the same, just as there are no two identical stars in the void.
Fair enough.
I will tell you about the blood-spun web, but I cannot speak on behalf of all death cults.
What is the cult's purpose?
The blood-spun web holds the bays of the flagship together with the threads of its faith. Such is our service to the Domini of the Von Valancius line.
Yeah, I'll need to circle back to figuring out what that means.
Commanded the Domini to embark on a ship and sail the void's expanse. And thus, it became our duty to protect your dynasty and the Ark that became its home.
That's right,
This
British say
great
dynasty
relic
sometimes.
of blood and adamantine. Some loathe and fear us. They call us murderers and reapers. Others call us dancers of death, who send the souls of the dead on their way. Both are right. Both are wrong. We are servants of the undying Emperor. When he whispers that the time has come for a righteous martyr's soul to be laid in his blessed hands, we come to claim it. When he whispers that the wicked must know of his wrath, we come to reap. This is how we maintain order on the ship, unseen and guided by death's will.
No further questions. That was pretty succinct. Like, there's all questions that Ungoth is not having at the moment. As long as the blood-spun web been in existence.
Spinners carved the chronicles of our history on the stones of our temple long ago. But fate and time have erased our past. Just as an exploding star erases a part of the galaxy from existence.
Don't worry about that. The responsibilities of the Vizier.
It is the Vizier's duty to watch over the flock, to lead those who want to learn more of the Undying One, but are fearful of death, and guide those who seek answers in death, but do not know how to live. The Vizier protects all. Those who do not know we exist, those who are grateful for our service, and even those who hate us. The Vizier sees what is to come, remembers the past, and accepts the present. They spin a web of faith and blood so strong that no enemy may sunder it. This is the Vizier's burden. This is the legacy of the Matriarch Spider.
Who was the Matriarch Spider?
It is said that she was one of many, born in the void, the Domin's subject. She honored death instead of life, and for this, she was persecuted. It is said that when the arch-enemy's forces invaded the flagship during a warp jump, she gathered the Undying One's servants around her and saved the ship from ruin. Together, they spun the first threads of the web to ensure that such devastation would never happen again. It is said that she was strong and indomitable, but as the years passed, her heart became as stone, and thus, the Undying One whispered her name to the one who would become the first Vizier of the blood-spun web.
Why do you call yourselves spinners?
Through blood, sweat, tears, and the strength of their convictions, the servants of the Undying One spin the souls of your subjects into threads of balance.
This is why we refer to ourselves as spinners. Those who are newly committed to the blood-spun web are called lesser spinners. If they are faithful in their service to him, they may eventually become spinners. The most devout of us all are known as the High Spinners, of whom there are 7, each bearing a unique title. The Vizier, the first spinner, leads the cult. I, Kibella, am the second spinner. The third spinner's name is Io, and there are 4 more.
But they aren't important to the story, so we're not going to name them. Fair enough. See, you say the God Emperor is death. There's some, like bathwater, who might find the comparison blasphemous.
The Undying One is death itself. We serve him, and thus we serve death. This is not a comparison, attribution, or preference. It is the truth, and nothing can change it.
Yeah, if the Emperor didn't want someone to die, they simply wouldn't die. What part of that is unclear? You satisfied my curiosity? Tell me about yourself.
I am the second spinner of the blood-spun web. A spear in the hand of the Undying Emperor. I am your shield and shadow. Your blade.
How succinct. Do you dislike talking about yourself? A look of curiosity flashes across Kibella's face before it is masked by her usual stoic indifference.
The tenets compel us to let our deeds speak on our behalf. There is no one in the cult who does not know me. So I have grown accustomed to taciturnity in matters regarding myself. Ask, and I will try to give you an answer that will satisfy your thirst for knowledge.
Yes, the Emperor wanted Sanguinius to die? What? No, that's no. I'm talking about regular people. That's different. No, I'm saying if he didn't want the death culters to kill people, he'd simply not let them. But you think a normal person can do that? That's ridiculous. Hey, you're talking about the Primarchs like that's at all similar. Come on. Tell me about your past.
I remember nothing of my childhood. The Vizier says this is because of my training and the injuries I received in battle. He told me it is the fate of all high spinners. The only memories I have are of the blood-spun web and the brothers and sisters who serve the cult alongside me.
What was it like growing up in the cult? What do you remember?
When we were young, we would sew our eyes shut and wander through the bays for months at a time. Starving, surviving, dying. This trial of darkness honed the senses of those who passed it. We were elated, for we knew we were blessed by him. When we grew older, we learned to wield our weapons, and our mentors tested us with pain, poison, and the weight of deceitful words. In time, our bodies no longer felt pain.
Useful, but also
Our blood
dangerous.
became resistant to toxins.
Incredibly
Our
useful.
focus
You must love
could
spicy
not
food.
be shaken. We were at peace, for we had shed everything that could encumber our faithful service to him. When we came of age, we faced a great trial. A year-long vigil spent in unceasing prayer to the Undying One.
Incredible.
When hunger and other base sensations faded away, we attained true comprehension of ourselves and our place in the world. Our place between life and death. We were proud, for on that day, he truly accepted us, and we accepted him.
Are you saying you literally didn't eat or sleep for an entire year? Well, if that's not proof of the Emperor, I don't know what is. See why you're the best assassin in the cult. The cost was worth it.
Those who devote themselves to the service of the Undying One must be prepared to pay any price. Emotions, blood, life, death, memory. We all must lose what we hold most dear to become a spear in his hand. Some may lose everything, but they will also gain everything.
You've not mentioned any family thus far.
When we join the cult, we relinquish our past. The blood-spun web becomes our new family. I have seen the pain, terror, and doubt in the eyes of those who hear the Undying One whisper the names of their kin. For some, the blessing of oblivion is a gift not unlike death.
Do you not wish to know what became of them?
No.
All right. The answer escapes Camilla's lips before she can give it any thought. On realizing this, she produces a small blade seemingly out of nowhere and begins to sharpen it with pointed nonchalance. No, I get it.
Know your enemy and prevail in battle. Know your ally and prevail in war.
Indeed. You truly feel no pain at all.
You can see for yourself.
Camilla removes a small leather pouch from her belt and opens it to reveal several instruments of torture. Tormenting yourself almost seems to give you pleasure.
Is it possible to experience pleasure if one feels nothing?
And what specifically are these?
Tools for tempering the flesh. If a spinner neglects this practice for too long, their body will weaken and their sensitivity to pain might return. If it does, they will feel the overwhelming agony of every wound they have ever endured. And go mad with torment before the Undying Emperor whispers their name.
Well, if you insist. Let's see. Chained hooks.
The flesh remains untorn. Good.
Sharp prongs of a steel fork beneath her clavicle?
You have found an interesting use for this tool, yet it still serves its purpose.
I don't want to damage her eyes. I feel like that's too likely to be unreversible, so that's good.
Do you have other questions?
Your fighting style is unique. Think it's something I can learn?
Your body will fail you, Domin. Your bones will break. Your tendons will snap. Your heart will stop. Our rituals of self-perfection are unending. They demand absolute dedication.
Psst, this is why you can't play as her class.
However, if you devote the next 30 years of your life to its study, you might be able to learn the basics.
Thank you.
It is not difficult to speak the truth.
Did you ever meet Theodora von Valancius?
I met her once when I was young. The Vizier saw a serpent hiding among those close to Domin Theodora, ready to sink its fangs into her throat. I was ordered to find the serpent and sever the soul from its body. I watched and waited for weeks. I hid among the shadows, the air ducts and the faceless masses. Once I found the serpent, I sliced off its head and returned to the temple. I doubt that Domin Theodora ever saw me. But the 3 ritual cuts I left behind on the body let her know that this death was pleasing to him. They sent us a grand feast from the upper decks before the cycle's end. We gave it to the hungry.
Always address me as Domin. What does that word mean?
The Gothic we use to communicate is different to that spoken on the upper decks. Domin has many meanings. Giver of life, Lord or Lady of the Ark, and Shadowless Sun. The matriarch Spider gave this title to the rogue trader who allowed her to form the blood-spun web. We use other titles as well. For example, Venai means Master of the Immaterium, or Watcher of the Veil. Vil means one who must go to the other side. Amig means one you can trust in battle.
You kinda already explained what the meaning of the ritual for torturing herself was. Tell me about the Emperor's Tarot.
I use blood to read his sacred cards and hear the whisper of the Undying One. His tarot is not an answer, but a question I ask of the universe. And the universe answers with questions of its own. In this sacred communion, I perceive hundreds of possible outcomes. They are all true, and yet they are only visions. I know what will come to pass, and yet I do not.
Emperor's Tarot is usually read by sanctioned psychers.
I am the spear of his retribution, not a witch or a sorcerer or a soothsayer. I have no strange powers, but I do bear his blessing.
I'd consider it actually stranger that you can read them without being a psyker.
I am guided by his whisper and led by my faith, by the tenets. Please, do not mistake me for something I am not.
You occasionally feel a shiver run down your spine or detect faint sparks in the air when you're standing next to Cabela. Seems her powers only manifest when she is practicing divination or in moments of pious exaltation. Cabela herself does not seem to be aware of her gift. How'd you come to have a deck of his tarot?
It is a holy relic that has been passed down from generation to generation. Only the first and second spinners are allowed to study the sacred cards and interpret their meaning. We use his tarot to guide the cult and discern the tangled threads of fate.
How many cards are in your deck?
34. There used to be more, but some have perished in the darkness of time. Their loss is a great tragedy for the blood-spun web.
Can you read for me by any chance?
Ask the cards, Domin, and I will listen.
Bella carefully takes out her Imperial Tarot deck. A black blade flashes before your eyes, and blood drips from her palm onto the cards. She closes her eyes and listens. What does the future hold for me? Bella draws 4 cards from the deck and lays them face down before you.
The first card is the young warrior. It suggests inexperience, a path of becoming. The second card is the shattered world inverted. The path will have twists, turns, and thorns, but you will gather allies along the way and find what was lost. The third, the hound inverted. Someone has marked you as their prey and is chasing you through a field of traps. The lost child. You will leap into one of those traps of your own free will and place your trust in someone truly desperate.
I see. I suppose I'll ask. If the Undying One whispered my name, would you carry it out?
Lords and wretches are equal before death. If such is the Undying One's will, I will guide you to him, Domin.
Good, because there's a high chance it's probably an imposter if he asks you to do that.
May
so go ahead and kill the
Undying
imposter.
One shroud your footsteps from the faithless.
Because I honestly don't see myself losing faith. If I don't lose faith, the Emperor obviously won't try to have me assassinated. So if he asks, it's probably not actually me, and he's just telling you that so you know who to aim for. Easy peasy. Actually stop by the Thunderfang. God damn it. Lord Captain, sorry to disturb you. Big just pauses as if listening to something. It's pandemonium outside the bridge gate. One of the officers seemed to me demanding an audience with you in person. I think I hear Master Warsarian's voice. In any case, I want to warn you in advance. It's been like 2 minutes. What do you want? I've been expecting you. The everyday sounds of the bridge are disrupted by voices raised in anger, Abelard's voice the loudest of all. This is not the conduct of an officer. These are the antics of a highborn brat on a lark. Explain yourself, Lieutenant. The young woman standing before Abelard strives with all her might not to quail under the onslaught of her superior's anger. She falters, but then manages to look him in the eye and say, I apologize, sir, but I must speak to the Lord Captain. Very well, Lieutenant. You may address the Lord Captain, not least because I see you have already seen fit to disturb him. Your unauthorized appearance on the bridge and display of belligerence toward a high-ranking officer will be logged on your personal file without delay. Lord Captain, Lieutenant Avrila Vent, requesting permission to speak. Vent falls silent and then adds rashly, on a matter of extreme importance and urgency. You may speak, but I want to hear a report, not a shouting match. Having two officers bickering in full view of the bridge is unacceptable. I am sorry, Lord Captain. I thought the drastic times called for drastic measures. Maintain your composure. This matter cannot wait. Any minute now, an assault unit will be dispatched to the lower decks on orders to crush the workers' strike by any means necessary. But I am convinced that this step is unwarranted and that the crisis itself was provoked by the actions of one of the senior officers. Vent is almost trembling with tension as she delivers her speech, her face extremely pale. Abelard, in no hurry to intervene, lets out a skeptical huff. He glances at Sourback, who is standing not far from him, but she maintains a stony expression. Lord Captain, I urge you to investigate the actions of Seneschal Warsarian, and to intervene in what's happening on the lower decks, because very soon we'll have a mutiny or a massacre on our hands. Vent reels off the last words as though she knows them by heart. She has clearly been preparing to say them for some time. She's finished, she casts an anxious glance at Abelard, then at you. There's an insurrection in the making aboard my ship, and no one has informed me. Not deem it a problem worthy of the rogue trader's attention. Lower decks, as it so happens, are in revolt. 30-some years ago, we even had a revolutionary leader rise up who dared to establish workers' rule across the entire ship. Took a month to restore order, but even 8 years later, we were still battling rumors that the hero had survived his execution, was on the verge of gathering people to fight against tyranny once more. Abelard scoffs. Needless to say, the rumors were baseless. As for the current situation, we have sufficient enforcers to deal with it. On this ship, the word of the Lord Captain carries more weight than a salvo from 100 bolters. Sure that if the rogue trader addresses the malcontents directly, he will quell the unrest. I dread to think what problem you will disturb the rogue trader with next. Perhaps you will ask Lord Captain to break up brawls in the mess room. Already given you the means to resolve this problem, you simply need to use them. If I may, your lordship, sending a hit squad to crush the rebellion is a means of ignoring the problem, not solving it. I am loath to ignore my problems, though it appears my seneschal is quite happy to force me into ignorance. How did all this start? The situation could boil over in any minute, so I'll give you the condensed version. All began when the enforcers found a cultist amulet on the body of someone who'd been killed in a drunken brawl. We reported it up the chain immediately, arranged for a cleansing rite to be performed, and opened an investigation. No heretics have been found alive, but the search has brought tensions between enforcers and workers to a head. And where does Seneschal Warsarian come into all this? I shall explain. Beg you to hurry, time is running out. I will not hurry, since my competence is under scrutiny. I shall speak for as long as I see fit. There is an established order to the way things are done on this ship, and one of the pillars of that system is that the rogue trader's attention is not distracted by trivial matters. I hardly consider a rebel uprising trivial, Abelard. It's the Seneschal's role to ensure that. I've always handled internal problems myself, so of course when I received information about cultists hiding on the lower decks, I took the matter in hand. As long as I live, not one of the vermin who murdered Theodora von Valancius will find refuge on her ship. You're far too heavy-handed, Seneschal Warsarian. Arrests, interrogations, mass punishments for entire sectors. It's driven the people to the brink. Now there's a strike on the lower decks, in Depot 4 to be precise. 3 worker clans are involved, but many more are passively supporting them. The situation could degenerate into all-out insurrection. When I report my concerns, the only response I received was an order to dispatch an assault unit and crush the strike with maximum force. Abelard, have you anything to say? I see no need to add anything. I acted within the remit of my authority, guided exclusively by the best interests of your protectorate and your personal safety. Wish to confirm the rectitude of my actions for yourself, I have no objections. For my part, I urge the Lord Captain to go down to the lower decks, stop the assault unit, and speak directly to the people. You see, they're not lying or harboring heretics. That way you will stop the uprising before it begins. What is Depot 4? Depot 4 is one of the poorest sectors on the lower decks. It's home to clans of general laborers. And not as valuable to the ship as the families who have served its specialized systems for generations. They are an easily replaceable resource, and one which is now, more besides, giving succor to cultists and minions of the archenemy. Depot 4 is poor and troubled, but at worst that means drunken fights and illegal rotgut brewing. Who gives a shit about rotgut brewing? Exactly. Handled the workers on Depot 4 in the past. Would have done so again if the crackdown on Depot 4 hadn't been so harsh. Another important point to bear in mind, the problem is not limited to this sector. It's located on one of the most populated lower decks. Everything that happens there has a knock-on effect on all the neighboring sectors. Master-at-Arms, the ship's enforcers report to you, and yet you seem hesitant to provide your own perspective. Lord Captain, unlike Lieutenant Vent, I respect the chain of command and realize it is not within my right to challenge my superiors. Sarabak bows her head in Abelard's direction. However, a moment later, a serpentine smile appears on her lips. That being said, while I entirely share Master Wassarian's opinion on what fate Depot 4 deserves, I must note that this insubordination is a direct consequence of practices that he himself has introduced. Mr. Sauerbach, I see you have decided to follow the Lieutenant's example after all. Such behavior does you no credit. Sauerbach, explain yourself. The ship's regulations state that the Master-at-Arms is responsible for resolving all matters related to the ship's enforcers. Yet it is no secret that the Seneschal has a tendency to show partiality. Those enforcers and officers whom he has deemed particularly promising are at times given permission to approach him for tutelage. I cannot deny Master Wassarian's experience and insight. Seneschal has a record of fostering students who have indeed achieved much and demonstrated impeccable performance. However, extending such patronage over the head of their immediate superior encourages disregard for hierarchy among your lordship's servants. Today, an enforcer goes to the Seneschal to report an order from the Master-at-Arms that they happen to disagree with. Tomorrow they will go to the Lord Captain to object to the Seneschal's order. I notice a pattern in these actions. Abelard, do you wish to respond? Mr. Saubach, can you recall an occasion where I would encourage an officer to disobey the superior? One where I would overrule their order, or show favoritism towards those who merited none? None, Seneschal, for there have been no such cases in the entire time I have served aboard this ship. If anyone were to claim otherwise, I would have them pay for insulting your honor with blood. Your conduct in this regard has always been spotless. Nevertheless, given your eminent position, a simple show of attention on your part is enough to erode the propriety of junior officers, inflate their sense of self-importance, and undermine discipline. That you distinguish some of them and know them by name is tantamount to walking around the officer's deck handing out gifts to officers who have caught your eye. Fills those you set apart with ambition and audacity, makes them stand out among the rest. Enforcers are meant to be faceless servants, fighters ready to die, their fate entrusted to their commander and no one else. That is the sole foundation of order. Lieutenant Vance, would you say the Seneschal has singled you out from your peers in any way? Lord Captain, I swear that Seneschal Wassarian has never granted me any privileges, never once advocated for me, nor facilitated my promotions. Although, he is the man who convinced me to become an officer in the first place. He has offered me extensive guidance in my service, for which I am grateful to him. While not all my fellows receive such attention, I know of at least a dozen fine officers from the Seneschal keeps in his sight, whom I know of at least a dozen fine officers whom the Seneschal keeps in his sights to ensure that they continue to strive. To prepare new generations of the dynasty's servants, to instruct them, and to separate those with potential from those who have exhausted it, that is my duty as Seneschal. The ship has bays worth of pilots, enforcers, officers, technicians, and stewards whom I have raised personally. By the throne, every third person standing on this bridge right now was my student at one point. I see. Evidently, my officers are anything but a shining example of unity and adherence today. Only myself to blame, I suppose. I am certain the Seneschal was acting within his authority, but I will verify the soundness of his decisions for myself. God preserve you, Lord Captain. Thank you for your support. An enterprise bordering on the sophomoric would please yourself, Lord Captain. However, I categorically insist that I escort you. Lord Captain, I regret that the enforcers were unable to handle the situation, which then led to your and the Seneschal's involvement. Consider it my duty to go to Depot 4 myself and see to the expedient resolution of this incident. Yeah, all 6 of us. Geodally. Geodally. First things first, Cabela, you got 2 levels to get. Let's see. Hang on, she has... Her intelligence is slightly better than her fellowship, so probably don't need to worry about that. What do you miss? Anytime a boy scores a critical hit, 10% chance to double the damage. Non-damaging ability on an ally, she doesn't really do those. Born 50% wounds, all chances of all creatures, including enemies, are increased by 10%. 20% chance to survive after suffering lethal damage. Bloodblessed or Bloodstained effect gains +1 stack of this effect whenever raining blood is inflicted again, or whenever it starts its turn on a blood-covered cell. Allies deal 2 plus agility, bonus % more damage to enemies if both the ally and their target stand on blood-covered cells. Every time they parry or dodge, all enemies with Bloodstained suffer an extra stack of it. Bloodblessed or Bloodstained gain a stack of this effect whenever bleeding, burning, or toxin. Bloodblessed or Bloodstained effects gain a stack every time it suffers damage from it. suppose that. What's her strength at? Not amazing. I feel like she needs... what's her weapon skill? Not great, only 40. I feel like she needs lots of strength. Cell where they started their turn. Does not provoke attacks of opportunity. They use Death from Above. This movement repeats all use of this ability in reverse. Oh my god, that is amazing. Costs 8 wounds. Select an ally. Till the end of combat, attacks made by the Blade Dancer against enemies who've already attacked that ally gain crit chance and crit damage. Multiple times per turn, but bonuses do not stack. 8 wounds. Let me actually check. What's that based on? 5 plus half the Blade Dancer's level. Okay. Phase aside their choice, immediately ends their turn. To the beginning of their turn, they can dodge AoEs without moving, are immune to all types of forced movement, gain parry against attacks from that side, now parry attacks made against adjacent allies. Under the effect, the Blade Dancer can even parry ranged attacks except ranged areas made from that side. That's really strong. Single enemy, dispatch them, next attack cannot be dodged or parried. It kills the target, they gain wounds and AP along with an additional attack this turn. Use multiple times. Yeah, acrobatic artistry just seems busted as hell. And she actually has decent Medicae. And Demolition. Her acrobatics is kind of lacking. Or her athletics, but does she need it if we have, Abelard kind of doing it? This would actually make her Medicae the best on the team, so probably pretty good. Give her this as a spare, I guess. She actually does benefit from dual wielding. If there's shields, I'll give him one. Wait, can you? Oh, you can sword and gun in this game. That's kind of cool. I don't see a lot of... I guess there is a little point to it. He couldn't get to something, he could still take a gunshot if he really wanted to, and he's got enough strength to use this. But should he? Yeah, Spinner's Mask. What does this do? 10 more stacks of Bloodlust, they gain +1 resolve. And she can keep that on, that's like part of her outfit. Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's Rosarian. Take that, scum. Look who it is. This is all his fault, all of it. Abelard. Abelard reflexively wipes the sweat from his brow in a startlingly human gesture, and a telling one. Rare moment where he allows his age and weariness to show through his armor-like veneer of self-assurance. Lower decks are a source of endless problems. Sometimes I dearly regret we cannot replace all the locals with servitors. They were shouting your name. Of course they were. The organization of the daily routine life of the ship rests upon my shoulders, a mountain of challenges and problems from which I endeavor to insulate you, Lord Captain. The situation on the lower decks has been a cause for concern. I have intervened personally on more than one occasion. That must be why they remember me. They do not know your face. To them you are akin to a creature of legend, one who has stood on the steps of the Golden Throne, no less. Whereas I am the man whose name is attached to every order docking rations or lowering a bay's heating. Let's keep moving, we need to get to the bottom of this. Something resembling a nest made out of thermal insulation material. Must be where the workers sleep between shifts. They're not part of the military, they were probably born here, so I don't hold them up to our military rules that I usually do. Hang on here. now. It completely rearranged my shit. Okay, him up front. Actually, these two up front. They both want to be in there because they're melee. Us. Then you two at the back because you are support. Inside the box, a string of scratched letters runs along the edge. Different first names, but the same surname. Looks like this box has been passed down in the family from generation to generation. Bunch of valves, but I see no reason to fuck with them. Ooh. Container can be seen beyond the massive bars. Perhaps examining the pipe will allow you to reach it. You mean examining the pipe? Am I not currently doing that?
I still do not see our purpose in coming here.
Relax, old man. Going for a stroll on the lower decks every once in a while is good for you. Lets you see how the simple folk live.
Sounds of a heated discussion reverberate through the ship's bays. Lieutenant Avrilla Vent of the ship's enforcers is barring the path of her superior, Master-at-Arms Yokasta Sauerbach, who has arrived clad in armor. Judging by their expressions and tone, the standoff has dragged on for some time already and has now reached boiling point. Lieutenant Vent, my patience is wearing thin. I've given you an order, now get out of my way. Cannot comply with that order, ma'am. Vent looks shaken, but there's fire in her eyes. It is my deck and my sector. So long as this area remains under the Lord Captain's special oversight, no action can be taken without my express permission. Only 3 people who are authorized to stand me down. The first officer, the rogue trader, and the Emperor himself. Good. If you hadn't included the Emperor, I might have had to shoot you. But not all my lessons fall on deaf ears. Abelard mutters in crabby approval. He does not clarify whether he means Vent, Sauerbach looming over her, or both. Your Lordship, noticing you, 2 officers snap to attention and salute, their subordinates following suit a moment later. What's the situation? Your Lordship, my people have locked down the bay where the strikers are, including their leaders. The situation under control as far as resources allow. Under control, Lieutenant? I came here to lead an investigative unit, and what do I see? The rabble is on the verge of mutiny. Nothing to investigate. This simply calls for immediate repressions and firing squads. And you, Vent, are a step away from facing charges yourself. I wish to speak with them. Abelard's mouth twists, but he restrains himself and says nothing. Right you are, Lord Captain. Allow me to wish you good luck. Allow me to hear what their complaint is. If it turns out they have reason for this, if I have been subverted in some regard by my chain of command, then I would not have them be punished for it. Nobles from the upper decks down here to see us. A dozen pairs of eyes stare apprehensively at you. The people before you are typical inhabitants of the lower decks. You take in their simple clothing, crude weapons, and faces that display varying levels of mutation, from the barely discernible to the strange to the outright grotesque. A whisper passes through the crowd, and you detect a mixture of fear, astonishment, and joy in their reactions. Finally, 3 people break away from the crowd, an elderly woman and 2 men. These must be the leaders. They bow clumsily before you. Lord Captain, you've come down to us. Tell me what is troubling you. Why are you striking? Striking? That's news to us, your lordship, says a tall, thin man in worker's garb. All we're doing is asking questions, saying what we think. Shut up, Rivet, snaps the old woman, turns her hostile dark eyes on you. Here's the deal, your lordship. Your damned enforcers are all over us down here. Say they're looking for cultists. One wrong word and they're reaching for their batons. They want to punish someone, they turn off the heating to whole bays for a week at a time so we get sick and freeze. My clan, 2 little ones died from inflammation in their lungs, all because of those enforcers. The old woman spits on the floor and rubs at the spittle with the toe of her worn-out shoe. Argenta does not interrupt the workers, but you see the sadness well in her eyes when the children's deaths are mentioned. Yeah, she's got a weak spot for kids. She quietly whispers a requiem prayer and makes a sign over herself. It's all true. That is the only enforcer officer who stood up for us. Clear as day who had a mother from the lower decks and who grew up amidships and has no fellow feeling toward us. Grim man with a scarred face throws up his arms. Your lordship, we're no villains here, we're honest workers, your servants. We plotted no disorder, we went on strike openly, and now we've got guns pointed at us. We're doing is asking to be allowed to work in peace without being harassed. The persecution started apropos of nothing, you say. I was told that one of you was found in possession of a cultist amulet and that there are heretics hiding here. Cultist amulet? What's that? The gewgaw they found on the dead drunkard? Some evil forbidden we shouldn't know. Bosses just said they're looking for heretics among us and anyone obstructing their investigation will be punished. Can there be heretics here? We know our own people, and no new faces around. Definitely not. If there were, we'd be the first to report them. As for this amulet, or whatever it is, they took it off a dead body. No cultists still breathing in our sector, that's for sure. When that fight broke out, some enterprising folks looted the bodies. Boots they came back with. Nobody's ever tread these decks in boots so fine, I can tell you that. Seems to me these cultists have better commanders than us. Yeah, those boots really were fine. There's no harm in taking them, right? As for the amulet, it must have been pocketed by someone who didn't know any better. We didn't need any amulets around here. We all worship the Emperor. When we're working, we bow down before the machine spirits of the large and small transformers and the servo motor. Same way my grandfather was taught 100 years ago by a tech priest who came calling. Believe us, your lordship, we're people of faith. Naive children. Weren't you taught from an early age about the dangers of the archenemy's creations? Weren't you warned that any unfamiliar object could be one of them? We were told, Holy Sister, but it was long ago. Last time we saw a confessor in our sector was just after I'd had my 3rd little one. That is regrettable, but you cannot lay the burden of leading a righteous life on the shoulders of the Holy Fathers. Who you blame when beasts crawl out of those amulets you stole from the heretics? Holy Father who was not there, or the scavenger who brought evil down on himself and his neighbors? Abelard, do you have anything to add? Authorize the use of all necessary measures to locate Chaos worshippers hiding in the sector. The specific steps taken by the officers were not reported to me. Oh, so you found specifics beneath your notice. I find the specifics to be the most important part. Nevertheless, I am certain that their actions were justified. Cultists are no drunken stevedores. They're the enemy and a threat to the ship. Neutralizing them demands decisive action. Sauerback, was it necessary to torture these people with cold? The rabble understands only one language, Lord Captain, that of violence. As per regulations, should the laborers persist in their unwillingness to cooperate, next step is limiting air supply and cutting off water, which is almost certain to restore order. Peasants can grumble all they want, but in the end they are the source of their own misery. All they have to do is bow their heads and fall in line, the need for punitive measures will disappear. What changes do you want? You look at this, the exalted Lord Captain himself is asking us bilge rats what we want. But here's what. I want you to rein in your damned enforcers, to quit turning off the heat, and to stop battering everything that moves. No, that's not it. We want the enforcers gone from here, and we want to be armed. Give us arms and we'll govern ourselves or defend ourselves if these cultists do show their faces. Been leader of my clan for 20 years now. Getting rid of these club-wielding thugs can only improve things around here. Going too far, old Nan. Never let the maggots on the lower decks live without the enforcers breathing down their necks. Probably even insist on enforcers on the upper decks, too. As for weapons, what do we need them for? Well, the first day's out, we'll have someone shooting their neighbor out of stupidity or drunkenness. See, that's a much more measured response. I think old Nan's taken things further than it needs to go. We don't need that. If the enforcers stop hassling us, that'll be enough. In return, we'll find the scavengers who robbed the cultist's body, we'll talk to them one lower deck to another. Any more of those damned amulets about, hand them over to the enforcers ourselves. Speak for yourself and your clan, I'll speak for me and mine. I don't want empty gestures, I want real change. They'll promise us the world now, but as soon as the Anointed One turns his back, these brutes will be on us even harder than before, all because we dared to speak out. The tall worker's eyes dart between the two arguing leaders. Every few seconds, he opens his mouth as if planning to agree, but each time he falls silent, simply making a few vague noises of approval. Thoughts, Abelard? Story about going scavenging for boots and accidentally picking up a heretical amulet doesn't convince me. I don't know, they seem stupid enough. These people were moments away from rebelling and possibly becoming minions of the archenemy. We must not give them what they want, even if they did acquire something innocently, purely out of their own stupidity. That does not mean they are not tainted with corruption. Yes, it does, actually. What begins as petty thievery can turn into a far graver problem. I've seen it before. In my second war, there was a sergeant in the Imperial Guard regiment that was stationed nearby. Sergeant took an ordinary pocket knife from the body of a heretic. His whole unit lost their lives for it. They finally managed to break into the barracks. They found not a single survivor. Only the pocket knife, which had grown through all the rows of beds like a metal choking vine. When it comes to scavengers, malcontents, strikers, or whatever they'll turn into next, my verdict is simple. Give them no quarter. Master-at-Arms? Give the rabble a grox, they'll take an agra-world, Lord Captain. They only understand brute force and will interpret any concession as a sign of weakness. Giving them weapons and recalling the enforcers would be folly. It'd only be a matter of time before we had a full-scale mutiny on our hands. Spreading anarchy on the ship is the first step toward embracing chaos. Putting weapons into untrained hands would be even worse. What's more, the enforcers are needed to maintain oversight and order. Draw those demands and we will consider the rest. Tall worker they call Rivet shrugs and casts a sidelong look at the old woman. Old Nan, listen, listen! Lord Captain himself's come down to us and is offering concessions. I don't know a single person in the whole of Depot 4 who's ever stood next to the rogue trader, let alone talk to them. Back down. Now's no time for you to be a stubborn old crone. Listen to us, old Nan. 3 clans at Depot 4 ought to act as one. Made our minds up. It's your turn to decide. Don't ask them to disband the enforcers and give us weapons. We don't need any of that. The old woman hisses in dissatisfaction. You two are ganging up on me, is that it? So brave you are against an old woman? But I'll shut up, I will indeed. Won't go against 2 clan leaders on my own. You want to make peace with the enforcers? Make your peace. Great, just fantastic. Lord Captain, we're all agreed. I do not believe it was... I believe discovering the amulet should have been perfectly obvious whose amulet it was. Yes, you retrieved the amulet and disposed of it, I presume. Then this issue need go no further. Why, to presume there are more is folly. Decided. Persecution will stop, and I will expect you to assist in locating any remaining amulets or weapons left by the cultists. Your lordship, thank you. Do not abandon us lower deckers. Came yourself and settled everything. I'll tell my grandchildren about this. Move cargo, fuel, provisions. Of course, your lordship, root on a nasty business, fasten the enforcers, will leave no stone unturned. Beyond the massive bars, perhaps examining the pipe will allow you to reach it. Let's see here. There's gotta be something with these valves that I can do. Ooh, manometer. Spent 20 minutes trying to figure out how to get that and you just moved on, mainly because you didn't know that tab was the highlight button? Yeah, probably. I've played their other games, so I'm used to it. Page is where the start of each shift is marked. Last mark is missing. The workers went on strike. Heat sink warms the air around it to a scorching temperature. This is the warmest part of the bay. The workers have even dragged deck chairs here. Nothing's happening. Perhaps turning a different valve will work. Thing. It shows the steam pressure in this pipe is close to maximum, however, it does not reach the bars at the other end. Okay, that's what that said. Imagine I just gotta figure out valves. Nothing's happening. It's probably the blue ones. Huge pipes, the arteries of the ship run through many bays, delivering air, water, heat, and the propulsive force of steam. Happening. Nothing. Nothing is happening. Right, that one did something. It shows steam pressure in this pipe close to the max. It's not reached still. I just have to keep trying valves. Any in here I haven't seen yet? No. I will get this valve puzzle. You could almost call it a puzzle. Yeah, once I've turned it, it no longer appears. Guys, I'm not trying to leave yet. Stopping unexpectedly, Abelard imperiously dismisses the unit to stand at a distance and addresses your other companion saying, An urgent matter to discuss with the Lord Captain. Please give us a moment. Well, are you pleased with your investigation, Lord Captain? You kowtowed to this disloyal rabble, believed their lies, and showed them leniency. Next time the ship is attacked by cultists, the rabble will welcome them in with open arms and allow them to wreak whatever havoc they like, because they see you as a weak leader. This is the part where I'd shoot him in the knee, if I had the option. That how you see your future at the helm of the Von Valancius Protectorate? Let's see. Let's talk about your role in all this instead. You allowed this revolt to happen. Your actions practically guaranteed it would. Would have handled the situation myself had you not decided to intervene. Yes, and you'd have killed them all, and we've been no closer to finding a damn thing. Remember Lord Captain Theodora? Do you think she ever set one slippered foot on the lower decks? And she's currently dead, so I should give a shit why? She did not. Such matters were left to myself and the junior officers while she dedicated herself to her grand designs for the Protectorate, that a true strategist and rogue trader ought. I would be... let's see. Maybe if Theodora had spent more time on trifling matters, she wouldn't have wound up dead. The new Lord Captain aboard the ship now, and I will not repeat her mistake. Or, I would be only too willing to trust in my seneschal and not fill my head with such matters, but the situation had spiraled out of your control, Abelard. Or, give me a reason why I should continue listening to your advice and trusting your judgment. Right now, I don't see any. Situation had spiraled out of your control, Abelard. You're... right. At least it concerns junior officers making complaints directly to you. And... I lost my temper, Lord Captain, and I believe I ought to explain myself. Abelard speaks slowly, the words not coming easily to him. Prosperity of the Von Valancius Protectorate is not just an empty phrase to me. I left the Imperial Navy for the chance to see it flourish. It was the most momentous decision of my life. I did it because I saw in Lord Captain Theodore's deeds the sign of true greatness. Rogue traders do not simply forge new routes and capture worlds. They create order out of anarchy. That creative impulse was entirely lacking during my time in the military. So I left behind everything I had known, everything my family had known. I come from a long line of officers, and I embarked upon this incredibly reckless venture. Lord Captain Theodora entrusted me with all the concerns she had no time for. She would go off on her flagship for long periods, to distant frontiers on scouting voyages. The advancement of the entire Protectorate rested on my shoulders. And then suddenly, everything that had been built over years and years began to quake, rattling like a flimsy hanger on a seismically active world. One of these senior officers betrayed us all. The rogue trader was killed, and who knows what's happening on the planets. Tell you this honestly, without fear of appearing weak. All this has come as a grievous blow to me. I'm not panicking or grieving because I cannot allow myself to panic or grieve. I'm duty-bound to aid the new rogue trader, to aid you, to find your footing as quickly as possible. To do that, I must insulate you from problems that in the past have been dealt with by tried and tested procedures set out in the ship's regulations. Procedures that were established long ago and have functioned smoothly for decades cannot suddenly be deemed excess to requirements. A lot of options with a lot of words. Theodora trusted in established procedures, and she died. I won't make the same mistake. I understand, but you need to learn how to respect me as your Lord Captain and Rogue Trader, accept it, and start living in the new world. A world where Theodora is gone and where you and I have new decisions to make. Prosperity of the Von Valancius Protectorate is just as important to me. You're the only person who has comprehensive knowledge of how things are run in this ship. I think in the future I'll follow your recommendations. Value that Theodora created, and I trust that this situation is an aberration in the ship's otherwise smooth operation. As the established procedures are working, I see no reason to change them. I've seen plenty of sentiment and hand-wringing in recent days, but very little competence. Let's see, like, I'm going to change things, so just suck it up. I'm not going to change things, and I shouldn't have changed it now. I'm not going to change things, but I should have changed this one because it was out of control. Well, or you're all worthless and I'm changing shit for that. Let's see. It seems Abelard and Ingoth very much disagree on what constitutes a minor problem, and that's really where this comes in. Ingoth believes a single thing found after heretics already attacked the ship from a guy that was killed, and an incomplete investigation that led to the workers being harassed so much you were just going to execute them rather than deal with how much you were harassing them. Which just seems unnecessary. All in all, I feel like this could have been avoided by just realizing... Yeah, you got him. There's no reason to assume there's more. No one here even recognized the damn thing. Honestly... Goth is a bit of a rebel when it comes to procedure. But he's never a rebel when it comes to the Emperor, but procedure is his enemy. You and I have new decisions to make. Abelard solemnly inclines his head. Yes, Lord Captain. For a moment's silence, he adds, looking at you with interest, resolve is admirable and demonstrates strong leadership. Shall remember this moment should my old habits ever begin to creep back in. Now please, let us leave the lower decks. If the rogue trader desires to stretch his legs, there are far more suitable places. Yeah, not quite yet. I got more things to do. Things happening. This valve. No, this valve. Okay, it was that valve. I have to figure out which one's got smoke coming out of it and do that one. Maybe. Okay, there we go. Jack use. And it's a bunch of grenades and melta-charges and multi-keys. Cool. Oh, and we even leveled up. Awesome. Back to the bridge. And restart your whole game just to get one fucking box. I mean, it's not like that necessary. I don't know. On a replay, I probably wouldn't pick that up because I was like, it's just like keys and shit. Let's level up, but I like to save Ungoth's levels for last because they're fun. Honestly, he's been doing fine on toughness. I want him hitting a little more frequently. He hasn't really been missing, but, you know, I want to keep that streak. Kinda don't like your character anyway? Yeah, there's that. Under 40% wounds. Doing my part's a great... I still love that. If no one else has the same archetype, the first archetype ability used in each combat costs 1 AP less. The box rare? No. It was just, I had to do this weird valve puzzle to get it. And it had some okay stuff in it. Crit chance and armor against Xenos or demons. Allies gain half the bonuses of No Heresy. Their lore Xenos and lore warp are always 0. That's fine. I've got plenty of lore. I think this actually would work pretty well. So the whole party gets 5% armor and 5% crit chance, but he gets 10%. I'm gonna do a Navy officer shooting from the back line, but you realize you just love always being a paladin smiting people up close. Yeah? Let's see here. It's an area that lasts until the start of Psyker's next turn. All allies within that area gain 6% dodge. You fight with the strength of God on your side? Which God? Ooh, that's really good. Actually have really good logic and tech use, so I don't need her to pick those up. I have good lore Imperium. Oh my god, Abelard has negative 170 lore Xenos because I gave him that ability. It gives them minus 200 so that no amount of skill can ever get it to a positive number. That's amazing. Whatever's relevant to what you're playing. Okay. There's a lore warp too. That is a great skill. My lore Xenos is okay. Hey, honestly, I don't need her to get most of these skills. Her awareness. Yeah, her awareness being better, it's still probably worth it. Here's Argenta! More ballistic skill, probably. Better die for the Emperor. Oh yeah, she's also an Imperial character, so she gets these too. So, can these stack? If they can, then that's incredibly powerful. It doesn't say that this ability can't stack. I'm going to assume it can. We're not in a party right now, so it's not showing that stat, but... Alright, what do we get? All eyes result by 4. Targets under the effective voice of command, they'll start their next turn with an additional action point. Courage is an ally, and they immediately recover from a status effect. I think having status restoration on the team is really good. They also get 10 hit points if they're under voice of command. And then... all this stuff. This just giving her passive regen is really strong for keeping her like... The passive regen's just so powerful in this. She has higher dodge than me, Jesus. Only by 2%, but still. More weapons. Actually, even more strength. I just want her to hit harder. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, don't need strength then. This means gets to add, agility bonus percentage additional damage. Yeah, that just seems pretty good. And now me, the best one. Probably. Okay. I get to reduce their cover efficiency if they're being exploited. My logic is really high already. Let's look at some of my other options. Keeping my tech use high would probably be smart. But... my team in general has high awareness, so I don't think I need to worry too much about that. Tech use, because I'm the only one who can really use that well. Alright, so in all my time trying to travel to that planet, we kept running into shit on the ship. And now the stream's time to end. On that note, we're gonna save. And that's gonna do it for this one. I'm gonna stop the recording for YouTube here. As always, thank you so much for coming if you came. If you didn't come, you don't get a thank you. Blah blah, YouTube.